Hello there everybody, Oimon here, and welcome to something a little bit different today. I've had this idea rattling around in my head for, I don't know, about a month or so now. And I thought, you know what? This is something I could probably do. Something that might be a little bit fun and, well, knowing the way the internet works, probably something that's going to be a little bit controversial, but that's neither here nor there. So, tier lists are apparently popular at the moment, and I was thinking for a long while, Fallout New Vegas. People really like Fallout New Vegas. Have there been enough videos that, really analyze Fallout New Vegas's quests and other mechanics that it has? And I'm like, yeah, of course there have. There have been so many videos about that. So one more isn't gonna hurt, is it? So, in case you can't tell, I do not have a script for this. This is not a scripted video. I'm kind of just winging it because YOLO, I guess. I don't know. It just seemed like a fun idea at the time. So, as you can see, this is going to be me making a tier list of every single quest in Fallout New Vegas. Every single one. So that's like main quests, faction quests, side quests, and DLC quests. If we just scroll down here, as you can clearly and obviously see, Fallout New Vegas has a lot of quests. For the record, I want to point this out, mostly just because I put the sodding effort in, so I feel I should deserve something for it. This is a tier list I created myself. While there was a tier list for Fallout New Vegas quests, it was empty. It's like someone started it but never bothered to finish it. It was literally just the tier list letters, and then that was it. So, for the record, I have made this tier list. I will try and remember to put a link in the description. I should do. But all of these icons, I made them. And you can tell I made them because they're actually kind of crap. Actually, I will say, looking at it in full now, they look a heck of a lot better than I was expecting them to. So I am quite pleased about it, just in general. But, yeah. So, Fallout New Vegas. It has, and I sort of worked it out, I think I came up with, what was it, 169 different quests or something like that. It's something, it was 169, 170, something like that. So we've got a lot of stuff. We've got a lot to go through. And I think, all in all, this is going to be wild. This is going to be a long video. So buckle in, because we're going to be here for quite some time. Now, before we get into the actual list, I feel I should also mention how am I going to rate these? Because that's something, I don't want to just dive straight into the rating thing. We need to sort of say, okay, what am I going to be looking at as I judge these? And it's largely going to be down to specifically the quests themselves in terms of how they're designed. Like, do they send you to every single area of the map in order to complete them? Do you have to go through a lot of, back and forthing, or is there a lot of rooms? Do you have to do a lot of loading and waiting, that sort of stuff? I'll be dipping into, but not going into big details in terms of characters and dialogue, because obviously I didn't want to spend an insane amount of time making this video. I am mostly just going to be going by vibes here. So it's like, what do I remember about it? What sticks out in this particular quest? What makes it memorable just as a quest? That kind of stuff. But as I said, it is mostly just going to be going by whatever I feel like at the time. And whilst I have notes about each quest, as I said, it is mostly just going to be me making things up as I go, and we'll just sort of see where we end up at the end of all of this. So I'm sure it won't be controversial in the slightest. I am fairly certain that no one is going to have any issues about some of the thoughts I've had in regards to these quests while making my notes. And yeah, I'm sure this is going to be a fun video that we can all enjoy with no negativity whatsoever. Am I already regretting this? Maybe a little bit. But we'll see. Hey, nothing like a bit of controversy to bring the viewership to a small YouTube channel, I suppose. Okay, we may as well get started. We've got a long way to go. As I said, there's like 170 odd quests in this game. We've got a long way to go. Let's get started with the very first quest, of course. Ain't that a kick in the head? This is your starter quest, right? First quest in the game kicks off as soon as you wake up after the intro video. And in general, it's just character creation, isn't it? You know, you watch the opening cinematic, and then you get sort of led through step by step of creating your character with Doc Mitchell, and then you leave and the quest is finished. That's it. That's the entire quest, start to finish. It's just character creation. So in and of itself, it's relatively simple. It's very straightforward. You know, there's no like branching paths or dialogue trees or anything like that. The one thing I will say that I do think is quite nice is that your starting equipment that you get from Doc Mitchell when you're about to leave, you know, when you basically finished the quest, can vary. I think, anyway, from the research I did. You will get things like, you know, stim packs and bottle caps, maybe a bobby pin or two, but then you can get other stuff on top of it, depending on whether you went for, like, you know, guns or energy weapons or melee weapons and stuff like that. So you do get varied kind of quest rewards, which is another thing I will be going into in more detail. But generally speaking, it's a simple, straightforward quest. But because you do get the different rewards, which kind of goes into, okay, well, you've made these choices in the quest. What are you getting out of it? I think I'm willing to put this into B. I will say, I was originally going to put this in C, but then I thought about the reward thing. I was like, no, the fact that it does give you different rewards based on what you select as your character creation, I think that's nice. And it is at least a fun and unique way of doing character creation rather than just having a menu, which most games do. So yeah, I think I'll stick that one in a B. I think that's good for now. Next up, we have Back in the Saddle, which again, it's another sort of tutorial-y kind of quest. One of the things I actually do like about this as a tutorial quest is that, like, a good chunk of it is optional. I'm pretty sure the only part of this that is actually required is the part where Sunny Smiles takes you out back of the saloon and you get the little shooting tutorial. I'm fairly certain that's the only part of this entire quest that is required. And you can then just end the quest at pretty much any point you want. So there are different things you can do, and one of the things I did actually like about this is that depending on when you end the quest, whether you end it after the shooting or whether you choose to continue, actually depends on what your technically next quest is. So if you end the quest after the shooting, it will just punt you straight to They Went That-A-Way. But if you don't, and you actually do the whole, Goodsprings source with dealing with the geckos and all that stuff, then that, A, gets you a bigger reward, and B, leads to By a Campfire Trail. And the fact that you actually have a choice, and it leads to different quests, although technically you'll end up with They Went That-A-Way eventually, the fact that there's technically a quest you could completely miss if you just ended the tutorial early. Which I do think is quite nice. I didn't actually think to check whether you can do By a Campfire Trail if you do say, no, I've had enough, and then change your mind and go back. I meant to look that up, actually. I completely forgot. But either way, I do like that you get the choice of which quest you want to do. I think that's nice. I think, you know, quests having different paths that lead to other quests is something you don't really see that much, even in Fallout New Vegas. So I am quite happy about that. And the quest itself is nice. It is just a tutorial quest. It's not going to do anything too big or amazing or anything like that. I think it's fun. And obviously, you know, you do also have the bit at the end where you can technically save the Goodsprings resident from the gecko attack, which you can fail. That person is not like flagged as essential or anything like that. You can totally fail that quest. Which again, it's nice that the game sort of trusts you to do things your way and either, you know, accept the consequences if things go wrong. It's nice, but I think I'm also going to slap that in B. Because although it is a relatively simple, straightforward quest, you do at least get the choice. So I'll give you that one. Alright, and after that, of course, as I mentioned, is buy a campfire on the trail, which, you know what? It wasn't actually until I was working on this list for pretty much my entire time playing New Vegas, I always assumed this quest was called Buy a Campfire Trail. I always forget it's got an "on the" in the middle of the title, because it is a bit of an odd title. Let's be a buy a campfire on the trail. I'm sure it's probably a reference to something, I just don't know what. So again, this is a very simple quest. It's a tutorial quest. They're going to be simpler, but generally speaking, there's not really a lot to do. It just tutorializes crafting. You know, because what you do is you're supposed to find a Brock flower and a Xander root, and you get one item from one place, one item from another place. It does kind of show off, okay, you know, going into areas and looting can find you stuff. And of course, the Brock flower at Goodsprings Cemetery does show you where your, you know, your would-be grave is, which is quite nice in terms of, like, scene setting. Because you can also see Vegas in the distance from there, which it's nice in terms of setting a scene. And of course, you also get the Benny evidence, or a piece of Benny evidence from that. So it's kind of pointing you to that, but it's not, you know, none of that's really part of the quest, if you follow me. And the quest itself is very simple, like really, really simple and straightforward. You get told, go find these two things. You follow the quest marker, find the two things, and then you come back, and then you make it. Yep, that's it. And the other thing I would say is, I don't really know why they bothered tutorializing crafting and stuff in the game. This could entirely be a me thing, I will freely admit. I've never used the crafting system in Fallout New Vegas. And I'm talking like, you know, crafting of all the medicines and stuff like that. And the crafting of the ammo. I've never used those systems. They are so superfluous and redundant because the game, in and of itself, has more than you will ever need. Just as a thing. I know that there are mods that really emphasize crafting, like, you know, New Vegas Dust and stuff like that. But the crafting system in New Vegas is you don't need it. Like it's superfluous to requirement. And although it's nice to have a tutorial for it, it's a tutorial for something you're just never going to use. Let's be honest here. And all you get out of it is a healing powder. You don't need healing powder because there's so many stim packs in the game, it's really not a problem. So, buy a campfire on a trail, it's going in C, because it's a simple quest, there's really nothing special to it. Yeah, I just it's a meh quest, what are you going to do? Next up we have They Went That-A-Way, and what is interesting about this quest, believe it or not, pretty much the whole thing is optional. You don't have to follow this quest at all in order to get to the next quest, Ring-a-Ding-Ding. It's completely optional. You can just beeline straight for New Vegas. You can confront Benny, and They Went That-A-Way just finishes. It just completely falls by the wayside. Now, obviously, that's not the intended route. The intended route is that it sends you around New Vegas in a nice long way, or, you know, the Mojave, I should say, And it sends you around in a nice sort of big loop of the entire map to kind of introduce you to the world. You know, it sends you south rather than north, and then you have to go around the mountains and then up the other side of the map to introduce you to all the various places, like, you know, Prim with the Mojave Express, which, you know, has other quests and other things in it. Then you end up to Nipton, where you get your first Legion introduction. Then you go to Novak, where, you know, you can get more quests, and there's actually technically even more Benny evidence in Novak if you know where to look. And then, of course, it takes you all the way to Boulder City, where there's more evidence for, you know, against Benny. We'll get to that later. So, as a principal thing, because it sort of leads you to all of these places, and there's even places like off of the main route that you can explore as well. Like, you could, you know, before you go to Nipton, you could go up to the Mojave Outpost, you know, where those big two statues are. And that is also a completely optional area, but it's sort of on the way. Your eye's going to be drawn to it as you're going. And there's also things along the way like the ambushes that you can try and avoid, fights between Legion and NCR. Some are scripted, some are not. It's part of that whole letting everything kind of flow through the game, because some of New Vegas quests have very good, what I call, flow to them, where it sends you around in a nice sort of route. And they went that away because it's such a long quest, sending you to all these places. It's a really good sort of introduction. This is the Mojave. And I do like it. And of course, as I said, the quest in and of itself is completely optional. You don't have to follow it, but you can still complete it anyway. So I think I'm going to put They Went That Away in A for now. Unless I change my mind, but I am thinking it's an A, because it sends you around all of New Vegas, but in a good way. It's not like, oh, here's a bunch of locations, go. It's like, it sends you, you know, first it sends you to Prim, and then to the Outpost, and then to Nipton, and then around to Novak. It's like, it's got a line that you can follow. And I think that's good quest design. As I said, I'm mostly going by vibes, but I am going to be like analyzing how these quests work as well. So yeah, I do think that They Went That Away is very well designed as an introductory quest. Because don't forget, these ones are just the starting quests. So, you know, they're all mostly introductory stuff. But yeah, definitely an A for that one. Alright, and last up of the starting quests, we have Ring-a-Ding-Ding. And yeah, this quest is actually really good. This is a solid quest. These are the kind of quests that are what people remember when they play Fallout New Vegas. You know, quests that have different routes and options that you can take through it, and different, you know, like different methods even within those options that you can use. There's things like skill checks and perk checks that come into play. There's a lot I could talk about with this one. I mean, a lot. The wiki page for this was actually quite long and very complicated. So there are obviously the two main options. One is to confront Benny directly, or you can sort of talk to Swank, Benny's second in command, and try to have him sort of dealt with behind his back. Interestingly enough, just talking about the Swank thing, and you may not know this, but in order to get Swank on your side, you essentially need to get 3 out of 6 possible things. 3 pieces of evidence, or 3 skill checks, or skill checks, up to 45. And 45 speech for a relatively early quest is high if you haven't invested in speech. You know, obviously if you haven't invested in speech, then it's, you know, you can easily get to 45. But if you haven't bothered with speech, it is a high number to go with. So there is that. And as I said, you also have the evidence, which, you know, I talked about how previous quests kind of point you to where the evidence is, so you can collect it as an option if you haven't invested in speech. And because you only need 3 confirmations, you could do, say, if you only pick 2 pieces of evidence, you could do 2 pieces of evidence and 1, you know, speech check, and boom, you've convinced Swank. That's the kind of options that I like, because if you've collected the evidence, then great, you don't need high speech. but you can also do a low speed check and a couple of pieces of it. You can mix and match. That's the kind of design I really, really like when it comes to New Vegas. Obviously, convincing Swank gets you into Benny's room. That, of course, leads you to Yes Man, finding out Benny's big secret, which, of course, opens up a whole can of worms that we'll get into with the faction quest line, which will, going down that route. And then that, of course, leads you to confronting Benny, in his office, and then you can kill him outright, and you'll have your guns with you. There won't be any guards patrolling around, so it means killing Benny becomes a lot easier. Of course, a direct confrontation with Benny has all, several options. One, you can just kill him there and accept the consequences. The fact that you can just kill Benny right there and then just run away and wait until everybody calms down, I think that's really good. I think that should always be an option. Just kill everybody and run away. You can get invited up the presidential suite, where you can either go with Benny or without Benny. Obviously, if you go without him, he will just kind of set an ambush for you to try and kill you, and then he scarpers, which technically means you, quote-unquote, failed the quest. The quest itself doesn't fail, but you did fail in achieving your objective. So you did, quote-unquote, fail the quest. But it's a main quest, so you can't really fail it. So technically speaking, you can fail the quest, which is really good. Obviously, you can get the platinum chip from Benny later on down the line, and it is interesting how that comes into play. You actually find him in Caesar's Legion camp, which is, again, it's a nice way that they tied all that in, because you'll end up in Caesar's Legion camp anyway at one point. The other thing I mentioned, of course, is that perks come into play with this, because if you have the Black Widow perk, if you're playing a female character and you have Black Widow, you can also use that to kind of seduce Benny, and can even kill him after you've slept together. I mean, you're a Black Widow, right? Why wouldn't you do that? So the fact it uses speech checks, there's different options, there's perks that come into play. This quest absolutely is an S for me. This is the kind of quest, as I said, it is the kind of quest that people remember. This is the kind of quest people are always talking about when they discuss like New Vegas quests and options and all sorts of things like that. So, yeah, there you have it. That's the 5 starting quests. This might take a while, guys. But okay, on to the next one. Okay, so next up, we of course have, we're starting the faction quests, of course. So this is like the big, bulky sort of, this is the meat of New Vegas, such as it was. All the previous ones, that was intro. Now we're getting into the faction quest line. I didn't do these in any particular order, save for the fact that they're kind of alphabetical, I think. I can't remember. I just went by the order that they were listed in on the wiki when I was doing this. So I think it's because it's like Independent is listed first, and then it's like Mr. House, and then it's NCR or something like that. I'm not entirely sure why it's ordered this way. Although, actually thinking about it, if it's Caesar's Legion, shouldn't Caesar's Legion be first? I don't know. Anyway, look, this is just the order it was listed in on the wiki. So this is the order I've done it. It doesn't really matter in the long run. Let's be honest, does it? So first up, we got Wildcard, Ace in the Hole. Most people might not even know this is like a major quest, because it's such a sort of a non-thing, really. The basic idea of Wildcard Ace in the Hole is it introduces the, independent Wildcard as a faction. It's essentially just like when you find Yes Man, the quest is just talk to Yes Man. That's it. So it's kind of a non-quest, really. It's just there to point at Yes Man and say, hey, this is someone you should talk to. Because it's listed under Wildcard, it's sort of, it basically points at the independent quest line. Because some people, in Ring-a-Ding-Ding, you can sort of talk with Benny in a certain way that almost implies like you're going to team up with Benny to take over. But no, that's kind of a false route. And it's actually the Wildcard route that you're supposed to get to by going into his his like apartment and finding Yes Man hidden away in the back. So all in all, there's really nothing to this quest other than just talk to Yes Man and kick off the wildcard independent route. That's it. There's nothing to it. Sorry, it's going in D. It's a simple little quest. There's nothing else there. There's nothing to talk about. It's just talk to Yes Man. That's it. So next up, we've got wildcard changing management. And I did actually want to mention, although I am listing it like changing management, you and what army, and side bets in that order. Again, I think this was the order they were just, when I was looking up the quest list on the wiki. The interesting thing to note about those three quests, changing management, you and what army, and side bets, you can do them in any order. So you could technically do all of side bets without touching you and what army, changing management, all that stuff. And for reasons I'll get into, it's usually a good idea to wait on wildcard changing management, but we'll get to that. So wildcard changing management is essentially getting rid of Mr. House. That's it. It's literally about killing Mr. House, removing him from power, and replacing Mr. House with Yes Man. That's more or less the entire quest. I will say, there's a few options that you do get in how you're going to do this. Because obviously the main key is you've got to hack your way through a terminal and then through another terminal in order to get to the elevator to find where Mr. House is, living, I suppose. So there are a few. You do need like high science, or you need to have sort of been lucky to find the Lucky 38 VIP key card. So if you have those, then it, if you can find it, because I think there's only like 2, and they're in sort of very sort of random locations. I mean, you can look them up if you need to know where they are. So, there is that, and it does lead into the faction sort of danger quests, which we'll get to later. Beware the wrath of Caesar, don't tread on the bear. It does lead into those. Once you do that, once you've replaced, once you've killed House, and you haven't done it while being ordered to do it by the NCR or Caesar, it will kick those off if you're not careful. But it is a fairly simple and straightforward quest. As I said, the high speech skills, not speech, but science, the high skill checks are okay, but it is quite a simple, straightforward quest. I think I'm going to plop it in C, because there's really not much to it. I mean, you do get the thing where if you kill him with is it a 9-iron or whatever the golf thing is, I'm pretty sure that gets you like a special reward. But again, there really isn't a lot to it. Like, House himself is not a threat. So it's easy enough. Then of course there's wildcard you and what army. This is a quest that you kind of get multiple other ways, because I think House, Caesar, and Yes Man all send you into the bunker on Fortification Hill in order to deal with the Securitrons that are housed there. Obviously, House wants you to upgrade them, Yes Man wants you to upgrade them, but Caesar wants you to destroy them. We'll get to those other quests when we actually get there. But generally speaking, I think you want to upgrade them, even if you're just doing... I mean, the only exception would be if you're doing Caesar, but otherwise just do it, because they're not even used in the NCR one, which is a bit odd when you think about it. But I do like that in Yes Man, at least, you get the choice, because if you go with House, you have to upgrade them. Caesar, I think you can do either, but it does kind of... Actually, I don't know. What if you upgrade it when Caesar tells you not to? I know he's too stupid. I should have looked that up, actually. I know that he's too stupid to know what you've done. Like, he doesn't check. Even if you're siding with him, he does not check what you've done. That much I know, but I don't actually know, like, if you're siding with Caesar, but you do the upgrade, what happens? Because I know they kind of blow out Fortification Hill when you do that. I don't know. Maybe they don't. because no one's controlling them. So maybe it's not a thing. Huh, I never thought to look that up. I should have done that. Anyway, I do like that you get the choice. In the Yes Man route through this quest, you can choose to disable the reactors and, blow up all the Securitrons when you're playing with Yes Man and you don't fail the quest. So I do like that. And it does have a direct effect on the ending that you get. So that is nice. That is nice. But it is also a fairly straightforward quest. It's just go to Fortification Hill, you have your chat with Caesar, you go down into the bunker, you go through the bunker, which is either easy or hard. Yeah, you can, hack some of the robots so they don't attack you to a certain extent anyway. That's fine, I guess, but there's not really a lot to it. Basically, you just go in there, you push the button, and you leave. It's a simple quest. As I said, there is at least a choice in this version of whether you upgrade or disable them, but I'm still going to slap it in C. Because it is fairly straightforward. It's just go here, do the thing, and then leave. And that's pretty much all there is to the quest. So, it's okay. But, yeah, definitely going in C. And now we're on to wild card side bets. And, okay, this is an interesting one. And it is interesting that this is the one, or at least of these kind of quests, that I'm doing first. Because how side bets work, and you'll see this when we get to the other faction quest lines as well, it's what I've come to refer to as like a pointer quest, where the quest itself doesn't really tell you to do anything, except, oh, go over here and talk to these people. And so you go over there, you talk to those people, and they then give you a bunch of quests. Like, we'll get into it later, but if you think of, Things That Go Boom, Things That Go Boom is a very simple quest. It just tells you to go talk to the boomers. And the boomers are the ones who give you the quest. So it's a pointer quest. It just tells you to go and do a bunch of other quests. Now, wild card side bets, get it right, is interesting compared to all of the other pointer quests we're going to be doing for one main reason. Firstly, all of the factions it wants you to talk about are focused in one single quest, rather than being spread across multiple quests, as they are with the other factions we'll be dealing with. So the quest itself is pretty significant, chunk of time you'll be spending in it. And the other good thing about it, and which again you do not get with the other factions, we'll be getting into this, is you can do these groups in whatever order you want. So, for the record, the groups are the Boomers, the Brotherhood of Steel, the Great Khans, the Ometers, and the White Glove Society. And you can do them in any order. Unlike NCR, where you have to do the Boomers first, or at least if you want to do the quest line in the way it's being suggested, you do the Boomers first. You don't have to. You can do the Boomers last if you want to. You have to talk to them, but you don't have to do it first. And so I like that it just says, okay, here's the factions you need to deal with, get on it. I like that it gives you that choice and those options. And I think that is a very, very good thing the other factions don't really do. And the other bonus that I like, because of how the Yes Man questline works, because the Yes Man questline, if you didn't realize, essentially how the quest system of Fallout New Vegas works, and oddly enough Fallout 4 emulated it, but you have your three main factions of House, NCR, and Caesar's Legion, and those work in a kind of a triangle sort of system where they're going at each other, and then you've got Yes Man here on the side. And the funny thing is, you can screw up with all three of those main factions in the triangle, but you cannot screw up with Yes Man. And how they did that in Fallout 4, actually, is you can screw up with Brotherhood, you can screw up with the Railroad, and you can screw up with the Institute, but you can't screw up with the Minutemen, which is why Preston Garvey is flagged as essential, you see. And technically speaking, Yes Man is flagged in essential, but they do it in a special way, where he just pops back into existence because he's just a program, and he transfers his program to another Securitron. It's a very clever way of doing it that Fallout 4 kind of missed the point on that one, unfortunately. Anyway, that's a conversation for another day. But it's one of the reasons why I like side bets, is because you can fail. You can just go up to the person in question, talk to them, go back to Yes Man and say, yeah, don't worry, we don't need to do, it's not a problem, we don't need to deal with them. And he will then, like, passive-aggressively be like, oh, okay, well, never mind them that they're going to destroy all our plans and everything's going to go wrong because you've just decided it's nothing. I'm great with that idea. It's one of the reasons why Yes Man is a fun character. It's also one of the reasons why side bets is probably the best of all of the pointer quests that we get. Because, trust me, there was a lot of pointer quests, especially in the main quest line. We'll be getting into that. So anyway, I wanted to give side bets an A. Because, it's a big overarching quest line. You can do the factions in any order. And because you have the option to fail and do the worst possible thing of all things, I'm giving it an A, because you have that option, and you don't get that in most of the other ones, which, as I say, we'll be getting into. Next up is You'll Know It When It Happens, and although I don't quite know how well it's going to sort of show on the video, if you look very carefully, I've actually included Yes Man, House, and the NCR in that little set there, because this is actually a quest you can come at in 3 different ways. Technically 4, but the Caesar's Legion variant is a separate quest. It's Arizona Killer, I believe. So that's a separate quest. But You'll Know It When It Happens is a quest that triggers in the other 3 faction quest lines, which is why I've included it in all of them. I'm including it now just because this is where it shows up in Yes Man's line. I will mention when it shows up in the other quest lines as well, assuming I remember. So, You'll Know It When It Happens is honestly a great quest. It's one of the highlights because of all the little working parts to it. I mean, it's a big moment in the storyline of New Vegas anyway, so I suppose it makes sense that it has a very solid quest. But it can be complicated to know exactly what the hell you're doing. And it's technically very easy to fail this quest if you're not careful. Like, if you're not paying close enough attention to the thing that's going on, it's very easy to just get surprised by something that you didn't realize was there. So the short version is the president of the NCR is going to make a big speech, and of course Caesar is going to try and kill him. Keep him alive. And one of the interesting things, actually, is if you talk to the right person with the right piece of information, you can just skip the speech. It just gets cancelled. And, he just buggers off. He doesn't even land his vertibird. So, yeah, and there's, like, optional stuff you can do before the speech starts. There's things you got to keep an eye out after the speech starts. Like, one of my personal favorite bits is if you're paying enough attention while the speech is going on, you'll notice a body falling out of one of the towers in the background, and you can go and check, and you can blow the guy's cover because he was an assassin. He was going to snipe the guy. So, yeah, you can cancel the speech at any time. You can go through the whole thing. There's a lot of different ways in which it works. And again, that also requires like skill checks and other things like that. Don't think any perks come into it, but definitely a lot of skill checks and stuff like that. So again, it's a really solid quest with a lot of options, a lot of moving parts, easy to fail. And like failing it doesn't necessarily mean you fail the game. It just means that, yeah, you've really screwed that up. I'm fairly certain it can be failed and the game continues on all the factions, because it's sort of counted as a side quest, but seeing as it's literally a side quest in all of the main faction quest lines, I did include it in the main stuff. But anyway, this one's going straight up in S. As I said, it's got a lot of moving parts, a lot of really good fun stuff in it. In terms of quest design, it definitely deserves an S rank. Then it's on to Wild Card Finishing Touches, which is a very small, simple little quest. It's literally just like the last bit of prep before you sort of push the big button and say, okay, end game now. So, generally speaking, as it's very simple, and it's also very easy to piss the NCR off doing this. Because all you got to do is you got to go to this one building that's heavily protected by NCR people, put in a little device, and then run, basically. And you will get a lot of NCR infamy for that. You will probably turn the NCR against you, or at the very least, make them a little wary of you at that point. So, yeah, there are consequences to playing, or completing, I should say, finishing touches. But generally speaking, it's a simple quest. There's really nothing much to it. I will put it in C, I'm thinking, because, there are a few different things you can do to sort of mitigate it. And I do believe there are optional bits to this. And it is weird how it's sort of listed, because you've essentially got to talk to the followers of Apocalypse. And it's actually something you can technically fail as an optional part, unless you are idolized by them. So, it does sort of have other factions coming into play with it, which I do kind of like, which is why it's not going into D, but trust me, that's the only reason it's not otherwise going into D. So, yeah, but it is what it is. It's not a terrible quest, and the optional bit is at least nice that it takes your reputation into account, but it's simple. It's very simple. And of course, last in the Yes Man Independence route, we come to No Gods, No Masters. So obviously this is it's the big final quest. Technically speaking, you do a version of this with all factions, but they all have different names anyway. So in this one, it is a fairly straightforward sort of quest line, in the sense that you kind of just get funneled from place to place to place, because you're mostly fighting through the dam in order to, get to the Caesar's Legion camp on the far side. It is quite linear in terms of progression. You basically go from point to point to point. And I will say, and honestly, this is kind of a problem I think all Fallout games have had, and I do mean that quite literally. The final boss is a bit of a letdown. Legate Linnaeus is either a pushover, because by that point you've got so much, firepower on you if you decide to fight him. You could talk him away with a 100 speech check, which doesn't make any sense considering the guy's reputation. You think he's I could imagine that you could have 100 speech and you still wouldn't be able to pass the speech check. Would at least make sense from the point of view of his character. It's like there's nothing you can do to speech check him, which I do think that's a shame. And as I said, if you do decide to fight him, guy's a bit of a bullet sponge. I do think that's a bit of a shame. But generally speaking, it's not like a terrible quest line. The quest itself is quite fun. There's a lot going on. You're basically running between the NCR and the Legion, and depending on your reputation with them, neither of those two groups will attack you. I mean, the NCR might turn hostile halfway through. I think that can happen. I think I have a vague memory of that happening to me once. They can just suddenly turn hostile against you halfway through the quest. But, yeah, generally speaking, it's okay. I will say, as one extra bonus, it is very funny and somewhat gratifying when you kick General Lee Oliver off of the dam. That is... I always make a point of doing that because it's so funny to just watch him ragdoll down the dam. Because why not? And then, of course, you can... that's more or less it. That's the end of the game. It just wraps up after that. So I'm going to put No Gods, No Masters into B, I think. Because there's some nice moments to it, but it is quite linear in terms of its design. And, generally speaking, it's just sort of... Yeah, it's just fine. It's just okay. It's the last quest. It's got some nice set pieces, but overall, it's just fine. Okay, so we're done with Yes Man, and now we're moving on to Mr. House's quest line. New Vegas for New Vegas, I suppose. So, can I just say, just a small aside, right? How very disappointing it is that pretty much every single quest in the Mr. House quest line has the same sodding name. Just with like part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, all the way up to the final quest. The final quest at least gets a separate name, and I'm like, you couldn't have given these like different names. You did it with all the other groups, like NCR and Caesar's Legion and Yes Man. They all have different names. So why does Mr. House just get the same quest over and over again? I mean, I suppose it's somewhat, ludonarrative in a way, because that's the kind of person that he is. Maybe? I'm not sure if I agree with that, but anyway, The House Always Wins Part 1 is a very simple quest, actually. It's, again, I've mentioned this before, but it's what I refer to as a pointer quest. It's a quest that tells you to go and do another quest. And what this quest does is it points you at Ring-a-Ding-Ding, because you've got to go and get the platinum chip from Benny. There's really nothing else there, to be perfectly honest. It does at least point you down the main plot, and there is an optional bit at the end where House shows you the upgraded security trons once you've got the platinum chip. So yeah, it's not like a terrible quest in and of itself, but it's just a pointer quest. It's going in C. I'm half tempted actually to put it in D. I listed C when I wrote these down. You know what? I'm going to move you down to D, actually, because it's such a nothing quest. Although, I think I put it in C because you do get the little extra bonus at the end, but I don't think that's worth it in the long run. I'm going to leave it in D. Originally, I was going to put it in C, but nah, I'm moving it to D. I've convinced myself to move it down. Then, of course, there's The House Always Wins Part 2. Now, I mentioned before that you sort of do this quest in other ways as well. And I talked about, which one was it? It was You and What Army in the wildcard area. Quest line, whatever. This is that quest, but for House. And so it's the part 2. It is at least a proper quest. And it does come to essentially the same. You go to the camp, you then go down into the bunker. It's very simple, very straightforward. Much like with You and What Army, you can also fail this quest. But if you fail the quest, you basically can't talk to House anymore. It actually, I'm pretty sure you kind of fail House's quest line because he just gets so pissed at you. And I think you have to, it basically turns House hostile against you. And so you have to switch tax if you destroy them, because it was a required part of his plan. So yeah, House Always Wins Part 2 can at least be failed and the quest line scuppered, so I will give it that. And this one I think I will put in C because you can at least fail it. I think that's always interesting that they give you that option. But yeah, essentially it is exactly the same quest as You and What Army, and there's another one further on down the line which is exactly the same quest again, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Then there's The House Always Wins Part 3. This is partially at least a pointer quest, because it points you at the boomers. And it basically says, hey, go and deal with the boomers. And I will say, similar in a weird way to at least that part in Side Bets, you can at least either convince the boomers to join you, or you can just kill them and eliminate them as a problem. So there is that option to it, but it is essentially just, hey, go here and do these quests. And the thing is, if you do kill them, he doesn't get pissed at you at all. It does also trigger the be careful quests for Caesar and NCR. That's the sort of point where they need to, you need to be a little careful when doing that. So again, I think I'm going to slap that in C, because at least you do have the choice in it, but it's just a pointer quest, so again, not really much there. The House Always Wins Part 4. Ooh, so many parts to this. No, really, so many parts to this. The House Always Wins Part 4. Again, it's another pointer quest. It just points you at how little we know and says, here, go and complete that quest. You can, again, like with the last one, you do have the option of complete the quest or just kill everybody. House doesn't actually care what you do as long as the problem is sorted out. So again, not a huge amount to it. So again, slapping it in C, you're going to be seeing a lot of that. Trust me. But yeah, a lot of these quest lines, especially main quest lines, are going to be like this. So brace yourself for some of this. House Always Wins Part 5 has you dealing with the Brotherhood of Steel, and there is no get them to join House situation here because House isn't that stupid. You have to destroy the Brotherhood. He wants them dead. You do not get a say in that. You do have a few tiny little options in how you get in to the bunker, and because you can use Veronica or you can just go in the normal way. So you can, you have a couple of options how to get in. You also have a couple of options of how to destroy them, either killing them all manually or just initiate the self-destruct. So there is that, but generally speaking, it's a fairly straightforward quest. There's not really a lot to it. The only exception being that you can make it slightly shorter if you go in with Veronica, versus when you go in sort of just by yourself and you have to do that whole the first part of Still in the Dark. So I'm not going to call it a pointer quest because you don't have to complete Still in the Dark, but you have to start it if you're going in solo. So there is that. But honestly, it's kind of a nothing quest, I feel. It's just go there, kill everyone, and or activate a self-destruct, and then run. Yeah, that's going in D. I did initially think C, but now I'm putting it in D. Talked myself into it. Okay, so the House Always Wins Part 6 is... This one just takes you to You'll Know It When It Happens. And it's kind of why I included You'll Know It When It Happens in the house thing. Because although technically the House Always Wins Part 6 just says, hey, go and do that quest, the quest itself is separate. And you have to do it anyway. Interestingly enough, and I do think the one sort of curious wrinkle about it is you can fail the quest, but not just in the sense of, Kimball ends up dead. If you do not have good enough reputation with the NCR, you can just say to House, yeah, the NCR kind of hate me. They're not going to let me help. And he'll be like, oh, that's a shame. I was really hoping Kimball could be kept alive as like someone who will be blamed after all this happened. Oh well, moving on. So you can fail that quest, but not fail the quest line if you do not have good enough reputation. That's at least an acknowledgement of your reputation skills, or your reputation sort of setup, as it were. Like if the NCR hate you, you ain't getting near that dam, are you? So I like that it at least acknowledges that. I think that's good. So I will put this one up in C, because it does at least acknowledge the reputation system a little bit anyway. The House Always Wins Part, what is that, 7? Are we on 7? Yeah, we're on 7. I can just about read Roman numerals, guys. So yeah, House Always Wins Part 7 is literally exactly the same as Finishing Touches in Wildcard. I mean, literally, it is exactly the same quest. It's just you're doing it for House rather than doing it for Yes Man. Aside from that, it's the same quest. So it went in C before, it's going in C again. Okay, the House Always Wins Part 8 is... this is a literally nothing quest, because it is literally just the quest that lingers around until you tell House, okay, I'm ready to go. And that's it. It's the quest that just sits in your quest list until you say, let's do endgame. There's literally nothing to it other than tell House it's go time. It's a nothing quest. Quite literally a nothing quest. So that one's going in D, I think. yeah, there's nothing to it. Actually, I will say I'm almost thinking there's so little to this quest. Oh no, never mind. I was just thinking about something, but maybe I'll think on that a little bit more. And next up, we have All or Nothing. Now, All or Nothing is, of course, it's the big finale, the final quest for House. And much like No Gods, No Masters, it's linear. Which, again, it's to be expected. You're basically running from one end of the dam to the other. Again, NCR and Legion can be fighting. Again, I think you can turn the NCR against you. About halfway through this quest, so that can be an interesting complication. As I mentioned before, Legate Lanius is not a very good final boss. It's really boring, really flat. I hate the fact you can 100% speech him to just get him to go away. I'm sorry, I will never get over how much of a letdown Legate Lanius is, because yeah, they build him up so much over the game, and then he's just like a nothing thing. And that does annoy the hell out of me. But that's not specifically the quest fault. I think that's more of, this is just how the game is. But yeah, All or Nothing, I'm slapping right next to No Gods, No Masters. Makes sense to me, I think, because it's kind of just a last quest. It's what you expect. So, yeah, there you go. That's where all the house quests is at. Okay, moving on to the NCR quest line now. First up, of course, we have Things That Go Boom. Now, I did mention this one earlier as being something of a pointer quest. And that's exactly what it is. It's literally, you talk to some guy, he says, hey, go deal with the boomers. And then you go and you do all the boomer side quests. And then you come back and you complete the quest. The quest itself does not contain any quest, really, other than go to here and talk to these people. It's a pointer quest. And as I said, you get a lot of these in the main quest line of New Vegas. So, yeah, not a huge amount going on. You don't even get the choice of, like, killing them. You know, I'm pretty sure if you kill them, you fail it. So you have to get them on side, which means you have to complete their quest. You don't even get an option on that. So I'm definitely going to slap it in D. I think, yeah. I think that one's going in D. Because there's just nothing there. It's just, hey, go and do those quests and then come back and talk to me. I'm like, okay, sure, have fun. As I said, you get a lot of these in the main quest line. Now we get on to King's Gambit, and yeah, this is actually a really, really good quest. It's one of those ones that on the surface seems easy, until you actually get down into the nitty-gritty of it, and there are so many possible options here that you can just, you know, there's so many different things you can do to get the Kings and the NCR to kind of be more friendly, you know? So essentially, the entire quest itself has two possible directions for you to go. Option number one is to kill Pacer, who is like the problem child of the Kings. He hates the NCR, and as long as Pacer's around, the NCR and the Kings are never going to get on. The other option, of course, is to talk to the King directly and try to find a more diplomatic solution. And again, both of these have options. So if you're going to kill Pacer, there's multiple different ways you can do it. Case in point, you can frame the Van Graffs by... you can actually get a job with them in another quest, Birds of a Feather. We'll get to that one later. And you can pose... Well, not pose, but you can get a job as a security guard. And then when Pacer shows up, just kill him. You piss the Van Graffs off, but they eventually get over it. And as far as anyone is concerned, Pacer died at the hands of the Van Graffs. No problem. I'm pretty sure you can... Let me think. You can give him an overdose by finding his drug stash and, like, spiking it with stuff. You can also just kill Pacer randomly. You have to do it in a very specific way. I think you have to use energy weapons because... it's like it has to be implied that it wasn't the NCR who did it. So killing him with an energy weapon just kind of leads more that it wasn't the NCR or something like that. But of course, killing Pacer is just one option. You also have the diplomatic option, which, you know, can... The quest can get a little complicated if you're talking directly with the king, because Pacer himself doesn't like that, and he tries to, like, sabotage you, you know, by... you kind of uncover all his little lies that he's been doing, and it even ends with, you know, I think Pacer and the king just end up having a big falling out. So, yeah, you get plenty of options, and of course at the end you get the favor from the king, I believe. In fact, no, wait, hang on. No, I'm misremembering slightly, because there is another quest that's sort of tangentially involved in this, which is GI Blues. We'll be getting to that quest much later on. That's where I'm getting confused. Yeah, the stuff that, like, Pacer is doing, where he ends up getting attacked by the NCR, that's in GI Blues. That is not in King's Gambit. King's Gambit is slightly different. But there are diplomatic options as well. I forget them all off the top of my head. But GI Blues and getting the King's Favor is the easy one. That's the obvious one. I forgot for a moment that GI Blues was a part of that. Whoops. So I got a lot of information running around in my head at the moment. Either way, King's Gambit is a very, very, very solid quest. A lot of options, a lot of fun things that can happen and go on, a lot of possible ways you can go through it if you just explore around, talk to the right people, this, that, the other. Definitely going straight in S rank. So here's a quick question for you. Does anybody know what the hell happened in For the Republic Part 1? I've wondered that for years, because as far as I understand it, there was going to be a For the Republic Part 1, and apparently it just got deleted or removed or something. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but it's not in the game anymore. So they decided to keep Part 2 for some reason, rather than just renaming it to For the Republic, which would have made a damn sight more sense, really, when you think about it. Yeah, this is another sort of long-winded pointer quest. It's similar in a way to Side Bets, but it does definitely lack a few things that Side Bets has. Most notably, it is that you don't get an option. You really do not get the option of what order you do it. Because in Side Bets, you can do the factions in any order. For the Republic Part 2, you first have to deal with the Great Khans. Then you have to deal with the Ometers. Then you have to get rid of Mr. House. Then you have to deal with the Brotherhood of Steel. And also, as well, You'll Know It When It Happens is technically the last step in this quest. But we already talked about You'll Know It When It Happens. That's already a fun one. So its linearity is definitely just points against it. You know, you can't do these things in any order, which is kind of a shame, because you honestly could do the first 4 parts in any order. Like, if you could do the Great Khans, the Ometers, kill House, and deal with the Brotherhood of Steel in any order, and then once you've done all 4 of those, then You'll Know It When It Happens, it would make the quest a lot more fun. As it is literally just go here, do this quest, go here, do this quest, go here, do this quest, and it's quest after quest after quest that's not part of this quest. And I do think that's a shame. So I'm going to slap it in C, I think. Again, it's just a pointer quest, and I think that's a shame. Obviously, we already talked about You'll Know It When It Happens, so moving straight on to Eureka, which, you know, we're already there. It's the final quest of the NCR. There really aren't that many when you think about it. I mean, technically, you know, You'll Know It When It Happens is a 5th one, but yeah, it is weird how the quest lines are separated, because, you know, Mr. House has a part for every single thing you do, whereas the other factions are just like, hey, here's a lot of things to do in one quest. It is weird when you actually, like, sit down and analyze these, but yeah, generally speaking, Eureka is pretty much the same as the last ending ones as well. I will say there's a few fun options that you can do. Like, I think there's an optional thing where you can, like, turn on some turbines and flush some legionaries through that, if memory serves. But again, it does end up with you fighting Legate Lanius, who's just a really, really bad boss. I really hate it. It's annoying. But I'm going to stick it with the other ending ones, because it kind of deserves to go there. Really. You'll notice I'm not putting these in any particular order. It's just where they go in the thing. So beyond that, I don't really care. So yeah, Eureka, it's fine. It's just another ending one. You go from point A to point B, doing a few little things along the way. There's not really much to it. And then it just ends with an underwhelming boss. Yeah. And now let's move on to the Caesar's Legion main quest lines. So, Render unto Caesar. It's a long quest, I will say. There's a lot of elements to it, but it is that sort of thing again. It's kind of a pointer quest where you're just told to go here, do this, go here, do that, and it's all about, you know, getting factions on side. I will say the first chunk of this quest is basically You and What Army? And I think The House Always Wins Part 2. I think it was that one, where you've just got to go into the bunker and deal with the Securitrons. As mentioned before, Caesar does not know which version you go with, whether you destroy the Securitrons or whether you upgrade them. I don't think he knows, because the guy's... He's supposed to be a strategic mastermind, but on that particular front, he's a bit of an idiot. I've never understood that. You'd think he would know in some way, but apparently not. Maybe they just didn't want that to be such a deciding factor, I suppose. I don't know why he doesn't, but anyway, whatever. But that's just the start. Then you've got to, you know, kill Mr. House. You've got to, you know, get the alliance with the Boomers. Then you've got to talk with the White Glove Society. You've got to destroy the Brotherhood. Interestingly enough, Et Tuma Brute, I think it's probably supposed to be Brute. I could be wrong on that, because it's supposed to be Et Tu Brutus, which is what Caesar said when he died, or something like that. I'm not an expert, but it's supposed to be a play on that. So I think it's supposed to be Et Tuma Brute. I could be wrong. That is technically a part of Render unto Caesar, but it is also its own separate quest, so we'll get into that. So generally speaking, this is a bit of a bland one, because it is just go here, do this quest, go here, do that quest. There's not a lot to it beyond that. You do at least get the bit in the bunker as a nice separate part, but generally speaking, pretty lacking, I'm afraid. Kind of sucks. Okay, as mentioned, next up we have Et Tuma Brute. Again, I think that's how it's pronounced. Where, you know, Caesar is dying because he's got like a brain tumor or something like that. This is actually a very interesting quest because there are different ways that you can go about doing it. Like the primary one is repairing the autodoc, where you need to work out what's wrong with it, find replacement parts, and then hopefully Caesar will live. You can of course try it yourself if you have high enough checks, which I like. You do still need to then go and buy some equipment and stuff. I think there's also like a luck check you've got to pass and like cross your fingers. At least I think there's an option in there for one of that. You either have to have high luck or high meds or something like that. So you can do it yourself. And the third option, which is the real douchebag option, is if you have Arcade Gannon as your companion, you can just sell him into slavery and he will perform the operation. Which is a bit of a dick move, but hey-ho, it is what it is. And of course, I think Arcade Gannon is a guaranteed success, but I think the autodoc or doing it yourself can result in Caesar's death, and if he dies, you can just get kicked out of the Legion unless your speech is high enough. Now, whether he lives or dies obviously sort of affects the ending in a way. And then, of course, if he does die, then you've got to deal with Lanius instead. So it is an interesting quest, and as I said, a lot of options, a lot of fun things you can do, a little bit of a limit, and some of the speech, the skill checks are quite high. I think, I listed this as B, but I think I'm talking myself into putting it into A, because I guess it is simple, because you do only have the 3, but there is a lot of stuff in there. You know what? I've talked myself into it. I'm going to slap it into A. I was going to go B originally, But no, I'm feeling A. This is the thing, like, when I wrote down my rough list of where I think everything's going to be, I did always have the idea in my head that I can change my mind when I'm doing my recording for it. Hey ho, what are we going to do? Now, Arizona Killer, as I mentioned before, it's kind of the opposite side quest to You'll Know It When It Happens. And I want to stress, it doesn't happen often, but there are a couple of times in this game, this is one of them, where you kind of get the other side of the quest, because you can do NCR version or you can do the Caesar's Legion version, which I think is really, really nice. Usually it's like they're combined into one quest and you can just decide who to side with, but there's a couple of times where it's a different quest. We'll get into that when we get into that. So in Arizona Killer, rather than saving Kimball, you gotta kill him. And you have options. Much like in You'll Know It When It Happens, you have plenty of options where you could snipe him from a distance. You could just run in and punch him in the face a couple of times. You can sabotage the vertibird or the giant gun thing. What's it called? I'm blanking on it. Whatever it's called. Hang on, is it listed on here? Yeah, the anti-aircraft gun, that's it. They've got a particular name, and I don't remember what they are. But you can sabotage that to blow up the vertibird when it takes off. Again, a lot of very fun things, a lot of just enjoyable ways to kind of like work out how the hell you're going to do it. And depending on your reputation with the NCR, of course, you might just be able to walk in and do it yourself. Although, if you've been working with Caesar's Legion that much, they're probably not going to trust you. You might need a disguise or something. But I'm definitely going to slap it in S. It is just the opposite version of You Know It When It Happens. That was a great quest, and its opposite is equally good, I think. And we come to the final quest in the Caesar's Legion questline, and indeed the final main questline, Veni, Vidi, Vici, which is I came, I saw, I conquered, isn't it? Again, not really my area of expertise. But much like the other ending quests, it's fairly straightforward and linear. Again, you're going from one end of the dam to the other, so you know it is what it is. A couple of nice little optional things you can do along the way, but generally speaking, you're just plowing through the NCR soldiers to get to the other side. And then you have a boss fight against General Lee Oliver. The fight is technically a little better than Linnaeus, I think. I'll be honest with you, it's been such a long time since I actually did the Legion quest line. I don't entirely remember, but I do remember there being more to it than just, I've defeated all your men, now I'm going to defeat you. Like, General Oliver is at least, he's got a lot more men with him, and the arena is different. So, you know, I guess I'll give it that. But generally speaking, it's just another ending quest, so I think I'm going to slap it with the other ending quests. And look, there's all 4 endings, all in a row. How nice and neat and fun and wonderful. So yeah, there you have it. That is the entire main story of New Vegas. Don't be surprised that C-section is, maybe I shouldn't call it a C-section, but the C part is definitely going to get bigger. Not quite as big as you might think. As I said, I have sort of changed my mind on a few of them as we've gone through, but we'll see. But yeah, that's the main quests done. Now it's on to the side quests. Now, in terms of side quests, I've essentially done them in a kind of alphabetical order. You'll notice that the boomers are first, because, you know, B tends to be a very early letter in the alphabet. So we're going to go through pretty much every single side quest in sort of group order, either based on what faction or group that the quest is associated with, or sometimes based on location, if there's no, like, specific group of people that a quest is associated with. And within those groups, they are, generally speaking, in alphabetical order, unless there is a particular order to a quest line, or at least a mini quest line. As you can see, you know, we've got Ant Misbehaving, Sunshine Boogie, and then Young Hearts, then followed by Valere, because Valere is kind of the last quest that you get, you know, within the sort of Boomer mini faction quest line. So that's just how the order has gone, just to sort of explain why, this seems a bit of an odd way around to do things. But it's fine, it is what it is. So first up, as previously mentioned, ants misbehaving. Yeah, this quest is relatively simple and straightforward, although there's a couple of nice little options for you. The basic of it is, of course, is you just got to go into this place, it's infested with ants, and turn on 2 generators. And you've got to do it carefully because there's a lot of explosives in there, and so things could literally just explode if you're not careful. So the quest in and of itself is simple because it's just go in and restart the generators. You don't have to kill the ants. You don't have to deal with the ants in any way, shape or form. It is literally just go in, turn on 2 switches and get the heck out of there. But if you want to kill the ants, which is optional, you can also speech check your way into a easy solution with the sonic emitter. I think you also have to speech check your way to, like, saying, "Oh, I'll take care of the ants," because otherwise they're like, "Oh, no, don't do that," you know. But I can't remember. I think you do have to speech check your way through that, which is nice. So, you know, obviously doing that is one thing. I'm pretty sure that if you kill them just standard outright, technically that's considered bad because, you know, you could technically blow them up. You know, blow up the installation. I think using the sonic emitter doesn't get you negative karma, though. I could be wrong about that. I'm not 100%. Anyway, it's a perfectly standard quest, perfectly fine, perfectly fun. It's going into B. Okay, so Sunshine Boogie. Next one along is, let me think, that's the repairing the solar array. Technically, Ants Misbehaving and Sunshine Boogie are sort of connected because it's the same location. And there's a few options to this one as well, depending on your skills. You know, if you have good enough repair skill, then you can just repair the solar panels, no problem whatsoever. Without it, of course, you do have to track to Helios 1, which is a little bit far away, although odds are you'll already have it on your map by that point. Not guaranteed. It is a little off the path, but your eye is going to be drawn to it. It's a big building. And you can also not just fix the solar panels, but you can improve them, which actually does net you a slightly bigger reward, which again is nice. So I think I'm going to slap that one right next to the previous. It's going in B. It is a fairly straightforward quest, but there are some nice options, a couple of possibilities, and bonuses if you've got good enough skill checks for an extra reward. I think that's quite nice. Now there's Young Hearts, which is, again, it's a fairly straightforward quest. So, generally speaking, it's okay. I will say it is an interesting one that you actually need a speech check to even start the quest. There aren't that many quests that you need to pass a speech check to start. There's a few, but not that many. So it's either, I think it's like a speech check, or if you have a couple of the perks, you know, concerning, you know, like, well, quote, romance. Things like Black Widow and, what's the other one? Confirmed Bachelor, I think is the alternate version, in order to even start the quest. And I will say, if you want to complete it, or at least complete it favorably, you do also need pretty high checks in, I think it was barter and or speech. I can't remember exactly which ones. In fact, yes, it was barter and speech. I'm looking at my notes now. So yeah, you do need some high skill checks to even complete the quest properly, which can be quite tricky depending on how early in the game you go there, but it is a side quest, so you can always leave it. And of course, on another side of things, you can just get Janet killed. You can just lie and say, yeah, it's fine, go for it. And she gets herself blown up, which is pretty good. I will say, initially I was thinking I was going to give this an A, mostly because you can, you know, fail the quest and get someone killed, which is always nice. But I think I am going to keep it in B as well, due in large part to the fact that it does require a lot of back and forthing. Like, first you have to talk to Jack, then you have to go and talk to Janet, then you have to go and talk to Pearl, then back to Jack, then back to Janet, then to Alice McLaffery, then back to Janet, and then back to Jack again. And it's like, you're running around and talking to all these people. It's like, it might have been better if you just talk to, like, Jack, then talk to Pearl, then talk to Janet and Alice, and then just going back. Because that way, there's less back and forthing. And because of the fast travel point and where it drops you off in Nell, it's like, you have to wander around a lot. Which is not great when you're trying to complete a quest, you know? So, yeah, I would have put it in A, save for that. So I definitely think it's going to go in B. Just has a few points knocked off because of all the wandering. They could have mitigated that in some ways, I guess. Maybe, who knows. And of course, lastly for the boomers, we have Volaire, which is, it's kind of the main quest. Like, it's the one you need to complete to basically finish with the boomers. Assuming you don't just wipe them all out, of course. It's quite linear, actually, as quests go. It's basically just like, go here, do the thing, go here, do the thing, go here, do the thing. You're done. Which is, you know, fine. You can actually skip bits of the quest, which is quite nice. Because depending on your, like, speech, you can actually skip the bit where you have to go running around for items when creating the rebreather. So you can skip that if you have good enough... I think science or repair, it's one of the two. It is science. And so, you know, it's nice that you can, you know, use your skills. Again, any quest where you get to use skills rather than just do things usually gets a few points. Obviously, the raising of the bomber is, it's a nice set piece. You know, watching it go up, you're like, how the hell did that not fall into a million pieces? I don't know. It's like nothing but rust holding it together at that point. So that's a nice set piece. I will say, however, I'm going to put this in A. Although the linearity and all that stuff is nice, and probably would have put it in a B as just a nice solid quest, I'm putting it in A because the rebreather is such an amazingly useful item. Just on principle, the rebreather is just that good. That, frankly, the quest reward alone is putting it up in A for me. That there are very few times where I will say, oh yeah, the quest reward is that good. You know? But the rebreather is such a useful item, you're just like, yeah, kind of need to use that. So, yeah, I'm putting it in A. And, yeah, that's it for the boomers. Okay, now we're on to the Brotherhood of Steel side quests. And we're going to start with Still in the Dark, because that is the one you get, basically, when you get introduced to the Brotherhood. And I will say that this is actually a very, very solid quest. I do quite like this one. The reason why it's interesting comes down to two main things. Firstly, you can skip a good chunk of the start of this quest if you know, like, get introduced to the Brotherhood by Veronica. If she introduces you to the Brotherhood, then the first chunk of this quest is just skipped. So it's nice that the companions can actually help you to advance a quest a bit more further. The other reason why I think this is a pretty bloody good quest is it actually has a split. Although it's not officially a part of the quest in and of itself, whilst doing that quest, you can actually do like some side bits where you get Elder McNamara basically fired and replaced. And if you do that, you get a completely different second quest. If McNamara is still in charge, then you do Eyesight to the Blind. But if he isn't, if he's been ousted and replaced, then you do Tend to Your Business. I think I'm getting that the right way around. So the fact that this quest has two possible directions, which completely alter the second quest in the chain, that's really, really, really good. Obviously, the main bulk of the quest in and of itself is you basically just got to go to 3 locations across the Mojave to find the remains of the scouts. And then there's also bits where you've got to go to other locations like vaults for like parts and stuff like that. The quest in and of itself is quite long-winded, and it does require a lot of running around and back and forth, which I will say does kind of take the shine off of it a little bit. It is a case of, you know, you've got to go to a lot of places, and some of them you might not have even visited yet. So on the one hand, it is good that they send you to locations. On the other hand, it is kind of annoying just how much running around you need to do for it, especially when you're just talking to the scouts and getting their reports, and then you're off to like you're off to vaults in order to get equipment and stuff from them, and it can get quite long-winded. As I said, it does sort of take the shine off of it a bit, so I think I am going to put it in an A. It would be a high A, I think. It is good. As I said, the fact that it's a quest that has 2 possible outcomes, which lead to 2 different quests, is very good. I think that's very solid, and frankly, there needed to be more of that. So, assuming that Elder McNamara is still in charge, you will get Eyesight to the Blind. And this is pretty simple and pretty straightforward quest. It's literally go to a location and do a thing and then come back, which is fine in and of itself. It does have a sort of sliding difficulty depending on how much of the other bits of the game you've completed, because this quest can sort of lead you towards crazy, which we'll get to that one later. And the quest can either be made harder or difficult depending on if you've completed that, because if you completed crazy and there's no more super mutants on the mountain, it's an easier quest. But generally speaking, it is very simple. There's not really a lot to it. I will say the reward for getting power armor training is quite nice. I think there's a couple of places you can get power armor training, but that's like probably one of the easier ones. But yeah, it is a very simple sort of quest, so I'm thinking I want to put it in C. And we're finally onto a second line. We're going to have quite a bit on that, I'm afraid. So yeah, it is what it is. But it's not a bad quest, it's just very simple and straightforward. And alternatively, of course, there is Tend to Your Business. So obviously, if you oust McNamara and instead, is it Hardin the guy's name is? Yeah, Hardin. If Hardin is brought in instead, you get a completely different quest, where the only objective is to go to the Silver Rush and just kill all the Van Graffs. I would question about whether or not anybody would even want to do that quest, because generally speaking, it's like the Van Graffs are useful. You can get some very powerful energy weapons from them. It also prevents you from doing their quest, which is Emerald's Birds of a Feather. So yeah, you can't do that quest if you kill the Van Graffs. Now obviously if you've already done Birds of a Feather, then it doesn't really matter one way or another. But I question whether people would even want to do that as a quest. Again, you do at least get power armor training out of it, but I'm thinking, no, just really no. Let's not bother with that. Yeah, I'm putting that in D. It's so basic, it's so simple. Go there, kill a bunch of people, and come back. There's really nothing to it. Next up, we have the Caesar's Legion side quests. And the first one is kind of interesting, because technically speaking, this is 2 quests. It's listed as 2 separate quests, but the reason why I combined it into one is because they're identical quests that have a slightly different name depending on your reputation. And while I will say it is nice that you will get slightly different quests depending on your reputation with the Caesar's Legion, that's about the only point in its favor as a quest. Essentially what it is if your reputation with the Legion is mixed, then you will get Caesar's higher, and if your reputation is good, then you will get Caesar's favor. And you'll basically just get a notification that, hey, here's this hidden cache thing, it's yours if you want it. And on the plus side, it does regenerate every few days or so. The reward you get actually gets better. Oh, well, no, it doesn't get better. It gets replaced. It gets renewed. I don't know if the reward gets better depending on your reputation. It might actually. I also don't know if higher and favor gets replaced, because I think once you check the boxes once, that quest completes itself. and it doesn't get repeated even though you can go and check the stuff anyway. So it's quite simple. I'd say the only reason I'm going to slap this in a C, which is where it's going, is because A, you actually get technically one of 2 quests based on reputation, and the reward is repeatable, so it's nice enough. But the quest is basically go here, do the thing, so really nothing to it. And next up, we have Cold, Cold Heart. Okay, I have a few things that I want to say about this quest. I could be wrong, but going through it, my brain was basically like, I think this is the single worst quest in all of New Vegas. Here's the thing. The premise of Cold Cold Heart is that you arrive in Nipton to see the entire town has been killed, save for 2 people. One, of course, is, what is the guy's name? I forget. Hang on, let me double check that. The guy's name is Oliver Swanek. That's it, yes. Oliver Swanek. How could I forget such a wonderful guy? He lives. And the other guy is, whatever his name was, in the room, who had his legs broken, and everyone else is dead. And the Legion are there. And they basically approach you and say, this is a taste of what Caesar will unleash upon the Mojave. Go and spread the word. You know, that is the premise of the quest. The Legion has said, spread news of our atrocities. Okay, fine. And then it doesn't tell you anything else. Now, I'm in favor of a quest that doesn't necessarily give you quest markers. I'm fully aware that quest markers can be, sort of the bane of design in these day and age. And sort of, the Fallout 3 New Vegas era was when they were kind of at their worst. Because everything had to have a quest marker. But Cold Cold Heart doesn't. You are told, go and spread news of Legion atrocities. And you're given no other information. There is nothing else you can glean by talking to the guy who gives you the quest. There's just nothing. There's nothing at all. And you don't have a quest marker. How are you supposed to work out who you need to talk to? I don't know. I'm pretty sure the first time I ever did it, I had to look it up online. Because there's no clue of who you're supposed to talk to. Here's the thing. You would think, oh, okay, well, maybe I can talk to any random NPC and, there'll be a little optional dialogue box to talk to them and tell them about what's happening. Nope. Nope. You think, oh, wait, well, maybe it's like NCR people. If I find some NCR soldiers I can talk to. Nope. Nope. In the entire game with, I don't even know how many actual talkable NPCs there are. NPCs that don't just spout canned dialogue. How many NPCs that you can actually have a long-winded conversation with? I don't even know how many there are. I would guess must be at least 100, 150 maybe. I don't know. I really haven't a clue. And the thing is, there is one single person out of all of the NPCs that you can talk to tell about these Legion atrocities. He is a named character, I will give him that, and he's not located not too far away from Nipton. He is at the Mojave Outpost, which, how you're supposed to work that out, I don't know. And it literally is a thing where you have to find a guy called, I want to say his name is, Sergeant Kilborn. You just have to find him. And he's just wandering around at the front of the Mojave Outpost. He's very easy to miss if you don't know where to look for him. He's kind of wandering in the middle of the road, but he doesn't draw attention to himself. He doesn't approach you the first time you enter the outpost to say, oh, I'm really worried about the Legion. What are they going to do if they make a push into New Vegas? There's no clue that he's the one you need to talk to. But you've got to find him. I I genuinely hate how this quest is designed. I'm gonna guess it was a rush job. Like, if there had been a quest marker pointing to him, I wouldn't be batting an eyelid at this. You know, it's just a nice, simple quest. But the fact that you're not told who is so bafflingly bad, as far as I'm concerned. It really does boggle my mind just how terrible this ended up being. It really does. I don't understand it. But, yeah, so it is going into D, and it is going... Can I... You know, I was thinking about this earlier. Can I... Hang on a second. Let me see if I can... Oh, I can. Yeah, you know what? I'm making F, and I'm slapping that in there. And you know what? I think was it 8? Yeah, it was 8, wasn't it? I also considered putting that in 8 putting that in an F at the time, but I was like, can I make an F? I suppose I can make an F. I have a choice to do that. Yeah, screw it. We're making a new F tier, and those two are going in there because they're terrible quests. Get him out of here. Okay, so next up, I Hear You Knocking, and at least this quest has some substance to it. It's a simple quest, I will say. There's honestly not much to do. It's basically go to Nellis, grab the howitzer firing mechanism, and take it back to the Legion. There's really nothing else to it beyond that. It can be made either easier or harder depending on your reputation with the boomers, because if you are idolized by them, then you don't have to steal it. If you're not idolized, then stealing is required. Not that stealing is hard in New Vegas, of course, but hey ho, it is what it is. It is nice that there is at least that option. Reputation does kind of come into it a bit, but as I say, it's a very basic quest. It's going in D. Next up, we have The Finger of Suspicion. Again, another fairly straightforward quest of, you know, go here and do a thing. There's really not a lot to it. You just got to go to Vault 21 and deal with some Omerta thugs. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, you know, you do at least have the option where you can kill them or tell them to bugger off. Essentially, you know, speech check them to get rid of them. So that is at least a nice option. And interestingly enough, it does lead into another quest, sort of. I Put a Spell on You, which we'll get to that one later on when we get to that. We've got a lot of quests to go through, so, you know, we'll be going through it as best we can. But interestingly enough, and I Put a Spell on You can be done 2 different ways. Again, we'll get to that later, but I do like that it points to the Legion half of the quest. Because otherwise you probably wouldn't even know there is a Legion site to that quest. So I do like that. And I do like that there's a few options for dealing with the thug. So I guess I'll stick it in C. It's fine. It's just okay. It's not really bad. It is what it is, you know? Next up we have We Are Legion. Now, if you didn't already know, We Are Legion is the Legion half of the fight over... what is the name of that? Nelson, that's it. I wanted to say Nipton, and I'm like, no, it's like Nipton. The problem is you've got Nipton, you've got Novak, and you've got Nelson. It's like all of these places have similar names, and I always get them confused. So obviously, if you're playing on the NCR side, you have to take Nelson back. But if you're playing on the Legion side, well, they already own Nelson, so all you really got to do is get rid of the NCR nearby. And whereas the NCR side of this quest is quite complicated, again, we'll get to that later, the Legion side is very simple. Here are 4 named, like, you know, major named characters. Go and kill them. And that's it. That's all you've got to do. It's really, really nothing much to it. It's so basic and so simple. And when compared to the other side of the quest, it's kind of embarrassingly simple. So I think I gotta put it in D, because the other side of the quest is just better. And I don't really want to compare quests like that too much, but when you have quests that are directly tied to each other, you kind of got to. And as I said, it is just a case of go kill some people. There's nothing to it. And next up we have Left My Heart. Now, Left My Heart is interesting because it's technically sort of a Legion quest, because it's listed under the quest of this is a quest you do in Cottonwood Cove. But it's not given to you by the Legion, it's just kind of very much focused on the Legion side of things, which is why I use the Legion banner as the icon in the background. But what's interesting about Left My Heart, actually, is you can technically complete the quest without starting it in a way that won't net you a reward. Which is quite special, because if you don't talk to the right NPC, you can't get a reward for completing the quest. You can still, get the quest marked and you get EXP from it, but you don't get, a tangible reward, Which, that's definitely different. I kind of like that. It's kind of a mark against it, but also kind of not. It's a bit weird like that. But the quest itself has plenty of fun options for you. The idea of it is you need to get this family out of Cottonwood Cove, and there are multiple routes that you can use to do that. You can just buy them outright, which costs you 300 caps, which isn't small change, but there's a lot of money floating around in New Vegas. But you also have the option to drop the price. You can, but that requires a speech check, so I like that. That's a nice option. You can steal the key and just let them out, and good luck to them, I say, considering they've got the slave collars and everything on. Or, if you want to be a sort of a git about it, I guess, negative karma, you can just kill them, which is okay. So, yeah, not the best option, but hey, it's there as an option. And then obviously once you've dealt with the family, you then go back to Frank Weathers, and you can either, tell them where the family is, or, convince him that, hey, you need to buck up your ideas and be a better person. Because the twist with it is that they've left him. His wife and kids have left Frank, and they just happen to have been caught by the Legion, which is why they're currently, listed as slaves. That's sort of a twist thing. If you've never talked to Frank first, you might not know that. You just sort of set them free. So, yeah, it's why, not talking to Frank as the starter of the quest is the reason why you might not know everything about it. So, you can just tell him where the family is. You can convince him to be a better person. Or, alternatively, you can actually convince him to off himself, which, of course, nets you bad karma, because, of course, it does. So again, I like that there are options, both how you deal with the family and how you deal with Frank as a result. I would say that I am thinking it's going to be a point of negative against it, that you can just start the quest without talking to Frank. It makes sense from a quest design standpoint, but because it feels like you're really just missing half of the story if you do that, which is a bit of a shame. I think I'm going to slap it in A, because it is a solid quest, but it's a little annoying, I think, that you can miss your quest reward if you're not careful. I mean, it's only some caps, but still. Okay, now we're on to the Crimson Caravan Company side quest. Only 2 of them, but they're relatively minor factional things considered, so that's fine. So You Can Depend on Me is up first. I will say the quest does require a bit of back and forthing. It's kind of a case of, go here, talk to this person, go here, do this thing. You do go back and forth a few times on it, which can be a bit annoying. That being said, you can at least do some, not all, but some of the objectives in whatever order you want. And I do always like that openness. Because here's the thing. If you have a thing where it likes, okay, go here, do objective 1, come back, then do objective 2 somewhere else, come back, then do objective 3 somewhere else. That kind of back and forth I find annoying. But if it's here's 3 objectives, do them in whatever order you want, that is a lot more freeing. It's a lot more available. You know, you don't have to return after each one. I mean, sometimes they do say you have to, but you don't really have to. The quest itself also contains a lot, and I mean a lot, of speech and barter checks scattered throughout, which is always good. I do like to see that. There's also an optional part, which is always a nice extra bonus. You know, do the optional bit, and hey, maybe you'll get some extra bonuses. Again, very nice. So generally speaking, it's a solid quest. It's a little basic, as I said, does have some back and forth. So I think I'm going to slap it into B for now. Yeah, I think B feels good for that one. And then Pressing Matters, you know what, it's kind of a shame that You Can Depend on Me is followed by Pressing Matters, because You Can Depend on Me is a pretty solid quest, like it's a good one. And then Pressing Matters is about as basic as they come, because it's literally, here's your objective, go to the thing, do the thing, come back, you're done. It's not really even that hard. I mean, I guess it introduces you to the Sunset Sarsaparilla headquarters if you need to find it. But yeah, it's such a basic quest. It's like people are using the bottle cap thing to make counterfeit caps, and they're not even there. Like, you don't have to deal with them. There's no speech check to be all like, hey, you know, if you let us do it, we can make you caps on the side, you know, like there's none of that. It's just go there, do the thing, come back. Like, again, the quest compared to the last one, it's just very simple. And it just kind of sucks. So, yeah, I think you're going in D. Sorry, a bit too simple for my tastes. Okay, now we're on to the Freeside side quests, starting with Birds of a Feather. I did mention this one briefly earlier because there's quest conflict. And technically this quest in and of itself has quest conflict as well. So, you know, hey-ho is what it is. The quest in and of itself relatively straightforward, but it's not like bad straightforward. There is stuff that you can do here. Generally speaking, you just sort of do what you're told along the way. There's very little openness. One of the big actual points of this quest, if you maybe don't know what you're doing, is if you complete this quest, it will ultimately lead to the death of a potential companion. And we'll get to the companion quests later, but essentially Cassidy's quest and this quest, Birds of a Feather, are mutually exclusive. You cannot complete both. Although, if memory serves, I'm pretty sure there is a mod that lets you lie to the Van Graffs about Cass being dead. A recommended mod, if you ask me. Why you can't just lie with a high enough speech check about that, I'm not entirely sure. I guess they just didn't want to put that option in. So yeah, if you want to complete Birds of a Feather, you have to kill a companion, and so you don't get, you know, well, a companion, you know, you get their bad ending slide, you don't get to complete the companion quest, but completing the companion quest means Birds of a Feather can't be completed. So you kind of got to weigh your options in that, which isn't bad. Like, you know, mutually exclusive quests aren't inherently a bad thing, unless you're me and you're something of an obsessive compulsive who likes to complete everything in a game if he can. So yeah, that could be a little annoying. And one thing I will say, minor, I don't know, I don't need to give a spoiler alert for this, do I? One of the things I like is that throughout the entire quest, you think the Van Graffs are working with Caesar, and then there's a big surprise twist reveal at the end. It's like, oh no, they were working undercover with the NCR the whole time. So that's nice enough. So I think I'm going to slap you in B, because it is a fairly solid quest. The fact that you can get a companion killed is annoying, to me at least, because as I say, I'm a completionist type. I like to do everything, but hey ho, it is what it is. So yeah, that is that one. It's all right. Next up, we of course have Debt Collector, which again is a fairly straightforward linear kind of quest, but you do at least have some options in certain parts of it. The basic idea being that you have to run around and get money from some people, you know, because you're being debt collector for the day. And some characters will basically just give you the money, and other ones you need to like deal with. So yeah, I think the third and fourth one you have options in terms of like, you know, passing speech checks or, you know, using underhanded means to get the money you're looking for. There are options. There are things that you can do. And even the last one, I'm pretty sure the option is get the money or just kill him to send a message. So it's not a terrible quest. There, you know, the options in and of themselves are good. I think I'm going to slap you in B as well, just because. Oh dear, it's all getting pushed off the bottom of the screen. Oh no, I need taller monitors or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's not a bad quest. It's fairly simple and straightforward, but there are options. And next we're up to GI Blues. And this for me is, again, this is one of the highlights. This is a very good quest. In fact, this quest is so good, I actually got it mixed up with another quest earlier, if you remember, which was King's Gambit. Because they do have a lot of overlap. Because when trying to complete King's Gambit, you can sort of walk into GI Blues. And it can feel like they're connected. They're not. Technically, they're separate quests. So, yes, GI Blues is a really solid quest. It doesn't have you wandering too far. You don't even have to leave Freeside to complete this quest, which is nice. You know, there's no wandering around or anything like that. The starting bit where you have to deal with, isn't Oris, I believe his name is pronounced, the bodyguard. I love that there are checks you can do in order to, like, show, oh yeah, this is a scam. Like, you know, 4 people dropped down dead, he fired 3 bullets, that kind of stuff. And how you can, like, examine them to see that they're clearly still alive. One of the things I like about that is if you're not good enough at anything, the king will actually send you back a second time. But the first time the king pays you the cap so you can pay for Oris's services. He doesn't do that the second time. And the second time Oris will just attack you and you have to just kill him. Which can be fun. I like that you have the option to technically fail. It doesn't fail the quest, it just fails that chunk, which is interesting. Then, of course, there's dealing with Pacer, where you have to kind of deal with Pacer versus the NCR. And there are a lot of things, a lot of ways that you can deal with that. You know, just killing Pacer outright. I touched on this in King's Gambit. But, like, dealing with Pacer has multiple options for it. But generally speaking, you obviously would like peace kind of between the NCR and the Kings. That kind of gets the best ending all around. And, of course, at the end of this quest, you get the King's Favor, which can get you one of multiple things. Obviously, peace with the NCR is the one you kind of want to save it for. You can ask to just join the Kings. That's apparently the only way you can do that. You can just ask for some money and you get 1,000 caps. Not really worth it. As I said before, caps are not hard to come by in New Vegas. And then, of course, you have free entrance to the strip. You can just get in. You can pass the credit check if you're really hurting for cash. You only need 2,000 caps. Like, that shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, GI Blues is a really, really good quest with a lot of options. That one is going straight up into S, as far as I am concerned. It is a really good quest. That's the kind of thing we need more of, as far as I'm concerned. Next up is High Times. Again, this is another really solid quest. You know, a lot of things you can do in terms of, essentially, because you've got to help the followers medic Julie Farkas to help people basically get off of drugs, hence the term High Times, of course. So, you know, there's a lot of things you can do about this, you know, because you've got these drug dealers and you've got the druggies, and you have to help the druggies get off the drugs, and there are options for that. Like, you can bring in a bunch of fixer, you can do, like, science checks to, you know, get through things easier, so you don't need as much fixer, and you can also do it with a few other chemicals. Or you can just, you know, speech check him into just going cold turkey, you know, which is fine. And because there's 2 druggies, there's basically different ways that you can get both of them off. There's some nice choices with that. And dealing with Dixon, who's the drug dealer, is, again, there's ways you can do that. There's speech checks, there's bribes, or you can just kill the guy. So again, it's like a fairly simple quest, but it does have a lot of options depending on what your current setup is. So I think that one's going in an A rank. Doesn't quite go up to S, I think. It's a good solid A though. I definitely think it's a good one. And lastly, in Freeside, we have Wang Dang Atomic Tango. This one's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek quest, I will say, considering what you're doing. The quest itself is quite simple and straightforward, where you just need to find a bunch of people that they can, use in their little casino, which is fine. Two of the characters are, relatively straightforward, I would say. Finding the ghoul cowboy, there's only one option for you there. I will say, when you're finding the smooth talker character, you actually have a choice of 2 possible people you can use, and either one is correct. I think it's Santiago and Old Ben are your 2 options on that one, and I think either of them is perfectly fine, whichever one you want to go for. And then of course at the end you have to find Fisto. Which is, I will say, that's where the sort of tongue-in-cheek humor of the Fallout franchise really shines through with this particular one. So the quest in and of itself is fairly straightforward. There are at least some choices in what you can do. Fisto is a fun character, I will give it that. So I think I'll put it in B, because that feels like a good place to just dare. Let's do that. Okay, so next up we have the 2 Goodsprings side quests, being Ghost Town Gunfight and Run Goodsprings Run. Of course, these 2 quests are mutually exclusive. You cannot do both. But Ghost Town Gunfight, first one up. Honestly, I think this is a nice, solid, good little quest, really, considering it's one that you can encounter quite early in the game. So it is sort of on the easier side in that regard. It is sort of a basic quest, linear-ish, but there's a lot of optional extra stuff that you can do in terms of convincing the townspeople to help. Because, generally speaking, you have 2-3 people at the start, but then you can convince several other characters, Dark Mitchell. You can convince, what's the name of the guy in... Hang on, where is it? Oh yeah, there's Easy Pete, of course. Sorry, I was just thinking of all the Easy Pete memes. So yeah, you can convince Doc Mitchell, Easy Pete. Is it Chet in the general store? Whatever the guy's name is. Basically, there's a bunch of people you can talk to for optional stuff that makes the actual fight against the Powder Gangers easier. To the point where if you complete all the speech checks, you can just leave Goodsprings to fight their own battle. And so you don't take as big of a reputation hit, and you still sort of remain friends with, the Powder Gangers, at least at a, reasonable level. So that way you can complete the other Powder Gangers quests if you decide to do this one early, which I like. I like that they, you have those options. The other thing to point out, and it's a little off topic from what I was talking about, but one of the things I do quite like is that Goodsprings in and of itself is set up in such a way that all of those speech checks are pretty possible with just the items that you can find in the town. It's a little out of what I would normally go on about, because I'm talking about the quest in terms of pure mechanics, of course. But I just wanted to mention that, even for an early quest with some mixed level speech checks, it's very solid. So I think I'm going to put Ghost Town Gunfight right into A. I think it deserves an A. It's not quite at an S, it is simple, and the speech checks are quite easy. But then it is an early game quest, so, And then, of course, there's Run Goodsprings Run, which is the sort of opposite side quest, because you can side with Goodsprings, or you can side with the Powder Gangers, and you get a different quest depending on who you want to side with, which, fine is what it is. Yeah, Run Goodsprings Run is a much simpler version. There's not as many speech checks involved. I think there's still a couple, but it's not quite as involved in terms of a quest. And it's ultimately, it's why would you do it? I mean, other than, I suppose, playing a bad character. I don't really get why people would want to do that. But I suppose some people do like that. So yeah, it is definitely a simpler version of the quest. You know, you don't have to, like, convince the town. It's just like, oh yeah, well, you can do these optional things, but it's not like a requirement to let the Powder Gangers just do it by themselves. They can more or less handle it. So yeah, I think I'm going to slap you in C, because it's not quite at the same level of Ghost Town Gunfight. And while I could put it in B, I don't think it quite hits that level. It's just a standard sort of quest in that sense, you know? So yeah, I think I'm sticking it in C. Now we are on to the Great Khan side quests. And first up, of course, we have Abba Dabba Honeymoon. I'm pretty sure that's the name of a song, almost certainly. Almost all of the quest titles, especially the side quest titles, are like based on songs or something like that. Like, not every single one of them, but a good chunk of them are, because apparently that's Vegas themed or something. I don't know. Anyway, we have, generally speaking, this Abba Dabba Honeymoon is a very straightforward quest. There's not a lot to it, actually. It's pretty straightforward, as in, you know, go here, do the thing, come back, go here, do the thing, come back, blah, 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 blah. It does get you into Vault 3 without too much of a conflict, because you're basically playing as the Khans in that one, so that's nice enough, I suppose. But generally speaking, it's a lot of back and forthing. You know, it is a case of go here, do the thing, come back, go here, do the thing, come back. It is that thing that I'm not a big fan of in terms of quest design. I mean, I know I keep complaining about this, and I understand that they are technically mitigated in terms of fast travel being an option, but sometimes you don't always want to use fast travel, do you? I mean, imagine if you were playing the game on, like, your more modern version of a hardcore mode where you can't fast travel. That's going to be annoying. Anyway, it just, as a general thing, there's too much back and forth for me. I will say the rewards, kind of okay. You can get like a special melee move, which is actually something that not a lot of people know about, just how many like special moves you can get with melee. There's a lot of them scattered throughout New Vegas if you know where to look. And there is some optional stuff where you can teach Jack the extra like meds and chems and stuff like that. So it's nice. So I think I will give it a C rank. It's not worse. As I said, the back and forth thing does kind of unfortunately take it down a bit. But there are some optional bits to it, so I'll stick it in C. You know, I'll play fair, I suppose. Okay, next up we got Crimea River, and this one's going in F. this you know what, I was looking at my list and I'm like D, and I'm like, no, this one I remember being very, very simple. It's literally like 2 steps. You talk to Jerry the Punk, you then go to Julie Farkas at the Old Mormon Fort, then you're back to Jerry, and you're done. It's literally a back and forth quest. There is nothing special to it. It's not really even that memorable as a quest. It's simple. It's about as basic a quest as you can get. And generally speaking, yeah, just kind of sucks. And why? Why is it there? I don't know. Any of these ones, I'm just like, why are you a thing? Why are you here? I don't know. Next up is Don't Make a Beggar of Me. And again, this is another quest that requires a lot of traveling, a lot of back and forthing. It is at least more of a case of like point A, then B, then C, and then back to A, rather than A, B, A, C, A, D kind of thing. So it's not as bad, but the quest itself is very simple. It is literally a case of talk to the person, go to point A, go to point B, and then you're done, more or less. We'll say there is at least a choice at the end, like how you complete the quest, because you can either complete the quest normally by giving the chems to the Khans, or you can turn in the chem dealer to the NCR. You can't do both. You can't double dip. So it does sort of force you to make a choice where you can either side with the Great Khans or side with the NCR. So that is at least nice, but generally speaking, it's a fairly simple, fairly straightforward quest. You know, I had this listed as D, but I think I've just talked myself into slapping it up to C. So we'll definitely put that one in C. I don't think it's the worst quest ever, and it's not too much back and forth. It's more like A, B, C, D kind of thing. So, you know, it's not as bad. Why did I list that as D? I don't know. That deserves a C, not a D. And lastly, we have Oh My Papa, which is kind of the big quest of the Great Khans. It's the central one that all the other quests kind of orbit around. And yeah, this quest is another really, really solid quest, because it's basically about the Khans are trying to join with the Legion, and you can either, you know, push that if you really want to, because you can approach this from the point of view of the NCR, or Independent, or Caesar's Legion. I don't believe House involved with the Khans off the top of my head. I might be misremembering that, but I don't think he does. The point of that is that there are different routes you can take. Obviously, if you're dealing with it from Caesar's point of view, they're already planning to do that. So I don't really think you actually need to even interact. Do you interact with them with the Caesar's Legion? You know what? I'm blanking on that now. That's a bit unfortunate. But yes, so either way, one objective for this is to just kill all the Khans. Because of course it is. That is usually an option when dealing with a faction. It's always, okay, worst case scenario, you can just kill them all. Because it's Fallout New Vegas, that's what you do. But other than that, obviously, if you want to make peace between the Khans and the NCR, or if you want the Khans to just run away at the end, there are options available to you. For instance, you could just kill Papa Khan and have him replaced with someone who favors the NCR. You can convince Papa Khan's advisors through your actions, which typically involves you getting all the other side quests we've just talked about completed, or just like convincing them with like speech checks or information and stuff like that. So that's a nice option, you know, basically being diplomatic about it. Alternatively, of course, there is Carl, the Caesar's Legion representative, who you can get killed in numerous ways. Either you can have a conversation with him and speech check him into revealing his true feelings, which gets him killed. Or you can find his journal, you know, if you're like good with stealth and stuff, in order to expose him, because, you know, essentially their Caesar's Legion's plan to just wipe out the Khans, which is the big sort of secret, I guess. So yeah, there are lots of options and a lot of different ways you can approach this depending on what kind of thing you want. You know, between the alliance, between staying with Caesar, between, you know, getting Carl killed and all that other stuff. I'm slapping this one up in S. You can really tell where the focus was with some of these things, can't you? But yeah, it's a good quest. It's very solid. And now we have the only sort of quest that's kind of assigned to Jacobstown, I suppose. Technically, there are others, but we'll kind of get into that. They're a bit more complicated. Exactly how the quests are assigned is a little random. As I said, I'm sort of going by the way they're kind of listed. But technically, this is just a general Jacobstown quest. So, yeah, we'll call it that. So, Unfriendly Persuasion is a very simple sort of quest. There's not really a lot to it. It is just a case of these mercs are causing problems, find a way to deal with them. And so you have the option of, you know, you can kill them, you can speech check them, or you can just bribe them. And that's more or less it. There's not really a lot more to it than that. So yeah, basic, standard, not terrible. It's not the worst. You do have options of how to deal with it. So I think that's a C rank. If it was just straight up, okay, here's some people, just get rid of them, and you had like one option, then it would be a D. But because you do have choices, I'll stick it in C. And now we're on to the NCR side quests, and as you can see there at the bottom of the screen, there are a lot of them. There are so many NCR side quests compared to pretty much any other section of the game, like especially compared to Caesar's Legion. And it does kind of highlight to me just how kind of unfair the Caesar's Legion side of things is. I'm fully aware that that was like a part of the game being rushed, because it was essentially made in like a year and a half. I'm fully aware that Caesar's Legion was originally going to have a lot more going for it, but it is kind of odd just how many side quests there are for the NCR compared to everything else. But anyway, we need to get started on it. So first up, Anywhere I Wander. This is a very simple, straightforward kind of quest. You basically just have to rescue some NCR soldiers from Legion capture, and how you do that there's not a lot of wiggle room there, you know. It's basically just you have to get the key to free them, and you're pretty much only going to be able to do it by killing all the Legion types. So I mean, if you're siding with the NCR against the Legion, that's fine, but if you want to complete the quest and still stay on the Legion side, that might be tricky, which is a bit of a shame. So it's fairly basic, fairly standard. There's not really anything memorable to it. I think I'm slapping that in D, because yeah, it's just not that special, you know. So next up, we got Back in Your Own Backyard, and this one's a bit interesting actually, because the quest in and of itself is very simple. There's some crucified NCR soldiers, and you basically need to, you know, free them, to help them in some way, or if you can't do that, to at the very least kill them to put them out of their misery. And that's the basic crux of the quest. So the quest itself is simple, and it would be in D, save for one curious little thing, which is the reputation you need to start the quest. This I found very interesting when I was doing my research on this, because how your reputation is with the NCR dictates whether or not you need a speech check to start the quest. Because you'd think, oh, having really good, you know, a reputation with the NCR, like you're idolized or something like that, would mean, oh yeah, he'd be more than willing to give you the quest. Except no. Because Ranger Milo, who gives you the quest, he wants someone who is actually quite neutral, but willing to get their hands dirty. So in actuality, the best thing you want to do is to actually have a mixed reputation with the NCR. So something like literally mixed, unpredictable, or wild child. That means you don't have to pass a speech check in order to start the quest. And then other different reputations, you know, on that sort of grid system, if you've ever looked it up, will have different levels of speech check for 25, 35, or 45, depending on what your speech is. Being idolized with the NCR actually means that you need 35 speech to go past it, to start the quest. Which is, it's weird that a mixed reputation is what is required. I'm fairly certain this is the only quest in the entire game that needs a mixed reputation. Usually it's either, you know, vilified or idolized. It's weird that this one has mixed. So for that reason alone, I'm going to punt it up to a C. Because as I said, I think it's the only quest in the entire game where that is a thing. Could be wrong, but I think that is the case. And then there's Boulder City Showdown, a quest you're probably going to run into during your main quest trek, at least for the most part. Yeah, Boulder City Showdown is a very solid quest. The setup itself is simple, but how you complete it has a lot of options. And yeah, I like quests that give you options. That is always the key with all of this. So the basic idea, NCR versus Great Khans. The Great Khans have hostages, so the NCR are a little hesitant to move in. And of course the Great Khans don't want to kill their hostages, and they've got themselves trapped. And you sort of wander in to resolve the situation, only to find out that it's the Great Khans who were with Benny when, you know, you got killed. Well, shot in the head at least. And so your options are fairly standard sort of options. You know, there's the speech check, there's just killing everybody. Of course, you can kill all of the Khans, or you can kill all the NCR, depending on what kind of, you know, reputation you want. Obviously, getting a peaceful resolution where everybody gets to walk away is difficult. It's sort of a middle level speech check. I think is it 50 or maybe a little lower than 50. And then, of course, there's also the extra little curveball that, you know, you've negotiated peace with the Khans, and then he's like, oh, no, sorry, turns out I've actually got to kill them. And you're like, seriously? And I will say, you do have the option for a bribe on that, which is, yeah, I mean, it just really highlights just how corrupt the NCR has become at that point. So, yeah, I think you can... I can't remember if that's a speech check or if that's just pick the right dialogue option with that one. I'm not entirely sure. But obviously, the fact that you have the option to negotiate for peace or, you know, choose a side to slaughter, that's really good. It doesn't quite go up to the level for an S, I think, because the situations in and of themselves are quite straightforward. It's, you know, negotiate for peace or kill one of the other sides. There is some nice options there, and the quest itself, although straightforward, because it has those options, is at least elevated, I think, to an A. Yeah, sorry, I'm just thinking, should it be B? No, I'm putting that one in A. I like that one. Can you find it in your heart? Is next, and this one is very simple. This is a very simple, straightforward sort of quest. Talk to the guy, go and do the thing, and then you come back. Yeah, that's it. It's such a basic quest. Here's the thing. This would be an F. I think I will keep it in D, though, although consider it a very low D. Mainly because you have to actually think to ask for a reward. And at least there is some action in it because you have to go and kill some giant ants. It's not a problem at that point in the game. Even if you're like doing this as one of your very first quests, giant ants are not really much of an issue. But at least there's more action to it than the likes of Crimea River. So I'm willing to put it in D under the knowledge that it is a very, very low level D. But I do think it's funny that you won't get a proper quest unless you specifically ask for one, which is unique, to say the least. But, yeah, so there you have it. That's very simple, very straightforward. Climb every mountain. This is the one set in Bitter Springs, where basically someone from the Great Khans is, you know, getting revenge for what happened at Bitter Springs. It's a pretty simple quest. Like, it's not terrible, and there are some choices of what you do, depending on, you know, sort of where you want to go. Because the basic idea, a guy called Oscar is, you know, killing NCR people as revenge for what happened at Bitter Springs. So obviously your first most basic option, you can kill him, or you can talk to Oscar and either, like, convince him to walk away. You can also convince him, I will say, you can also convince him to just go ahead and straight attack the NCR camp and get him killed that way, so you don't have to do it yourself, which is bad karma, would you believe. So yeah, there are at least there's some choices. You do need some medium level speech in order to do it, so it's not the worst thing ever, but it is a fairly simple and basic quest, so I'm slapping it in C. Next up we got Eye for an Eye. This is, again, it's another fairly simple, relatively straightforward quest. You do get the choice of who you want to side with, be it NCR or Caesar's Legion within the quest. But beyond that, there's not really much to it. It is just a case of, you know, do this thing that you're told to do, and then the quest kind of ends. I do like at least that the quest has the choice of who you side with, but not really much else to it beyond that. It's pretty damn straightforward. So I think I'm gonna put you in C. Or are you rubbish enough to go in D? Now you do at least have a choice of who you're siding with, so I'll stick you in C. D is for like C is for basic quests that at least have something going on in them. Like B is for things that like are a bit more involved, you know, like ones that are good. A is for like ones that have some good solid choices in them, and S is for just like, oh my god, this is great. But D is for ones where it's just like, it's so simple and so basic, and F is the special one I sort of made up along the way. And now we have Flags of our Foul-Ups. Yeah, this is a very, very solid sort of quest. I do quite like this one, I think. There's a lot of options here. The quest in and of itself is very simple, very straightforward, but not only do you have like 4 different options that you can do with all of the, with the characters that you're talking to, because there's like there's O'Hanrahan, Mags, Poindexter, and Raz. All of them have different ideas of how to get better, all of which will have consequences for them down the line because they get their own ending card. And what you need to complete each one is also very different. Like, you need a lot of different skills. Like, I'm scrolling through this here. You need like explosive checks, you need gun skills, you need science. If you do the Poindexter route, you need a lot of drugs and stuff if you're gonna go with Raz's route. So there's some really good solid choices that are really gonna like test what you're capable of depending on what you want to do. So I think I'm gonna slap you up in A. Don't think it's quite at the level to get an S, because the quest in and of itself is simple, but I like how many choices there are, and the foul-ups themselves are like fun enough characters. So yeah, definitely an A. Now we have Hard Luck Blues. Now this is an interesting quest, because this is a quest that you can miss. If you're going vault diving, you can actually technically get this quest right as the quest ends, which is funny, but you can't miss the quest. This isn't like a what was the name of that quest? The one with, hang on, is it Left My Heart? It might have been Left My Heart. Hang on, it was. Yes, it was Left My Heart. So yeah, unlike Left My Heart, where you can avoid the reward, you don't really get a reward for this quest other than EXP and fame. So you don't miss a reward if you do skip straight to the end of the quest. So I'm not going to dock it for that. But the idea of it is that something's wrong with the farm and you have to go and explore. And that ultimately leads you to Vault 34, which is flooded with feral ghouls and high levels of radiation. And you work your way all the way through to the very end of the vault. It's quite a linear quest, I will say. It's not great for that, but it's the reason why I kind of rate this one pretty highly is the choice you get at the end, because you work your way all the way through the vault. You assume all the vault is dead at this point, and then you get to the end and find out no, there are some people who are still alive, trapped in the vault, and you have a choice. Do you save them, or do you just let them die? Here's the thing. If you save them, the sharecropper's farm is going to die. If you let them die, then you can let the sharecropper's farm, or at least the food, the actual crops. The crops will be alive so people can keep farming there. And the weird thing is, the game doesn't judge you for it. When you complete this quest, when you make that choice, there's no karma involved. It doesn't judge any one choice as good or bad. I think the only slight difference is your choice might affect whether you get NCR fame or not. But the interesting thing about that is that if you help the sharecroppers and kill the vault residents, you do get NCR fame, but you only get 100 experience points. But if you help the vault dwellers and let the farm die, you don't get the NCR fame, but you get more experience points. So in a weird kind of way, the game doesn't judge you for this choice. And I like that. That is something I kind of wish this era of Fallout embraced more. Because the karma system, like, I understand it, but I am kind of glad it went away in Fallout 4. Because that way you're kind of judging choices based on choices rather than karma or reward or anything like that. And I think quests should always be taken on face value. So although the quest is quite straightforward and quite linear, because of that one choice just being a completely neutral thing that doesn't judge you, I think well, okay, now here's the thing. I put it in A, but I'm half thinking maybe it should only be B, because it would be C for its linearity, say for the ending choice. Does the ending choice elevate it to A? I wrote down A, but thinking about it, I'm thinking like high B. I don't think it would either be very high B or maybe very low A. I'm going to stick it in B, actually, because the choice is good, but it's just the one very simple choice. But it does emphasize a thing like, I really wish games didn't judge you with like a karma or reward thing for that kind of stuff, you know? Like, completing quests based on their own merits should be what you do, rather than, oh, well, this quest favors this faction, so I'll do this quest. Which is a bit of a problem that New Vegas has. Now we have I Don't Hurt Anymore, which is a decent enough quest. I quite like it. In the sense that it has options in terms of how you resolve it. The basic idea is, what is her name? Oh yeah, Corporal Betsy is a little problematic. I won't say why, but if you played the game, you know what happened to her. Essentially, you have to either speech check or other skill checks, which I think is medicine, in order to get her to confront what happened. But if you don't have high enough skill checks for those things, you can then talk to her fellow squad members instead, and get their opinion to weigh in, and then that convinces her to do it. So the fact you have, here's 2 speech or skill checks for a quick resolution, or you have to put the work in because you're not like good enough yet. I like that that's an option. I do like it when you have the skill checks and an option for if you don't have the skill checks. Again, not that many quests do it. It's either pass the skill check or just wait until you've leveled up a bit. So yeah, fairly straightforward. The choices at least are nice, which I think elevates it up to a B. But yeah, it's a decent little quest. Now, I put a spell on you. This is a very interesting quest, because although technically I have listed it as an NCR quest, because it is kind of an NCR quest, you can actually get this quest from both the NCR and the Legion. I think I mentioned this before, but yeah, I put a spell on you can be completed both ways, where either you're the one planting the bomb on the monorail if you're playing with Caesar's Legion, or if you get it through NCR, of course you have to stop the bomb because someone else is already doing it. I like that there's a little bit of detective work involved, where you have to talk to people to sort of work out, okay, who could it be, who could be involved, what could be going on. Interestingly enough, there's also a thing where if you find out about the bomb, you then have to immediately race to disarm it yourself, or, because the other thing you can do is you can go and talk to, like, your commanding officer. Is it Colonel Hugh or however you pronounce that? If you talk to him first to tell him about the bomb, you're too late and it blows up. So technically, talking to your superior in the matter is the wrong decision. You have to just race ahead and act. And the thing about the Legion route, obviously because the bomb's kind of there, already being planted, you basically have to help to frame someone for who planted the bomb. So I love the fact that you can approach this quest from 2 completely different angles. There's plenty of options for you to do. You've got to run around and sort of play detective. I do kind of wish there was a little more detective work involved, but it is like it's only supposed to be Fallout New Vegas. I don't want to push it too hard. That being said, I'm putting this one straight up in S. That's a solid quest. It really, really is really good. The fact it has 2 halves to it, mutually exclusive, obviously, but yeah, it's just really good. Keep your eyes on the prize. Now, in a weird kind of way, this is sort of the opposite half of Cold Cold Heart, where in Cold Cold Heart you were just told, go spread news of Legion atrocities, and then nothing happens. At least in Keep Your Eyes on the Prize, you're told what the hell you need to do, and then you know who the hell to return to. Yeah, the point of keep your eyes on the prizes, of course, is that the Legion has attacked Nipton, and Ghost, I believe her name is, tells you to go and check on it. And you do that, you find out about the Legion, and then you go back to Ghost. It is a very simple, a very straightforward quest, but it is definitely better than Cold Cold Heart because you know where the hell you're going. D. So, medical mystery. Basically, medicine is going missing and you need to find the culprit. A relatively simple quest where there are at least some options in how you deal with things, but the quest itself is pretty basic and kind of short. You have options in terms of how you discover that Stone is responsible, Private Stone, sorry, is responsible, where you can just wait in the tent and hope to catch him in the act. You can try and find evidence by talking to other people. You can just, if you already know it's Stone, you can just pickpocket him for empty Hydra syringe to use as evidence. And yeah, essentially, also how you wrap up the quest is also kind of interesting as well. Because if you either report Stone or convince him to turn himself in, then you get, experience points and some fame. If you just convince him to stop but don't tell anyone about it, then you don't get anything, which is interesting. But the quest in and of itself is fairly basic, fairly standard. I'm thinking C, because I think the options in it are fine, but they're not great. They're just kind of, they're just all a bit flat, I think. Now we have No Not Much. This is, this is another Bitter Springs quest where you basically need to go and get help for Bitter Springs from various places around the Mojave. The quest itself, very simple and straightforward, where you just have to talk to person after person after person. I mean, there is a little bit at the beginning where you need to find some missing supplies, but that's pretty straightforward. But yeah, other than that, it's like you got to go to Camp Golf, Camp Forlorn Hope, and Camp McCarran to get reinforcements. Interestingly enough, that part is kind of a pointer quest that I talked about before, where, Camp Golf, Forlorn Hope, and McCarran all have their own quests and problems for you to solve, and you have to solve those before they will give reinforcements to Bitter Springs. And, of course, it does sort of send you from one arse end of the Mojave to the other, which can be a bit annoying. That being said, it's not an absolutely awful quest. It's just a bit basic, so I think this is also another C situation, so... Ooh, God, it's going to be pushing these off the bottom at this rate. In fact, if I have to put one more in D, which I think I'm about to... in fact, no, not quite, but a few down the line I may have to start scrolling the page a bit. But hey-ho, it is what it is. Okay, now we have Bitter Springs Emergency Blues, where... Hang on, this isn't called Emergency Blues, it's called Infirmary Blues. Why did I put emergency in the icon? Oh, crap. Well, that's annoying. Why did I have it listed as emergency? It's supposed to be infirmary. I'm going to have to fix that, aren't I? Great, just great. Okay, so anyway, never mind what it's called. Bitter Springs Infirmary Blues. Whoops. Is a very simple, very straightforward kind of quest. The reason why it's listed here rather than being up in the B's is because it's part of No Not Much. This is kind of why I say that No Not Much is kind of a pointer quest, but with a little more going on. Yeah, so, you've just got to find some items for a doctor. It's really not too much. 3 doctor's bags. You can get them pretty much anywhere. You'll probably have 3 in your inventory at that point. You should always be carrying at least a few around. You never know when you're going to need it. Then you need to get some books. There is at least a choice of where you get the books from. Sorry, no, not a choice of where you get the books from. But he asks for books, or you can get him training if you have Arcade Gannon as a companion. Sorry, I should say. So there's at least that option, but it's a basic quest. There's nothing to it. C. Definitely C. Really don't know how I managed to get that word wrong. And now we have Restoring Hope, which is kind of the opposite quest of, I think it was We Are Legion, which is where you work for the Legion and you take over Camp Forlorn Hope. In this one, of course, you're working with the NCR to have Forlorn Hope finally push the Legion out of Nelson, so it's kind of the opposite one. This is actually a quest that is a damn sight more interesting than you might realize, depending on how much effort you put in. Generally speaking, most of what you need to do is centered around Forlorn Hope. There is a bit where you have to kind of wander off to Helios 1 and check on supplies, and then you get a small Legion ambush. But generally speaking, it's quite simple. You also have the bit where you're helping the doctor, where you can either use high medicine skills or where you're going, like you're basically looking for items, most of which are in the tent. A few, I think, are the drugs you have to kind of bring in externally, but generally speaking, that's fine. One of the other things actually about the helping the patients bit, if you're just really, really, really bad, you can botch the operation and get them killed. At which point they're just like, well, we probably really shouldn't have asked you for help on that one. That's kind of on us, which is very funny. But the thing I think that makes Restoring Hope very interesting as a quest is actually the what happens in terms of camp morale. And I'm going to have to double check. Yeah, here we go, camp morale. So the camp morale system has, it's basically a point value thing. It starts at 0 points and goes all the way up to 9 points, right? Completing Medical Mystery, which we've already talked about, will get you a point. Completing, returning the supplies and helping Dr. Richards will also net you 1 point each. So just completing Medical Mystery and completing the bulk of Restoring Hope will net you 3 points. But that still lists as no morale, because 0 to 3 points basically means the camp has no morale. 4 to 6 points is low morale, 7 to 8 points is medium, and 9 points is high morale. So how do you get to the other points? Well, there are actually a couple of unmarked quests involved: Ear to the Ground and Tags of Our Fallen. So, Ear to the Ground is that for every 10 legionary ears you turn in, you will get a point. So you need to kill 30 legionaries and get their ears for 3 points for that. And the other 3 points is Tags of Our Fallen, where you have to collect 5 NCR dog tags for a maximum of 15 for 3 points for 1 point for every 5, 3 points in total. Not a lot of people know about the morale system. And the interesting thing about the morale system is the higher the morale, the better the team you have with you when you assault Nelson. If you have no morale, you just get 2 standard NCR troopers. Low morale is 4 standard NCR troopers. Medium morale is 4 NCR patrol rangers with rifles or revolvers. And high morale is 4 NCR veteran rangers. So, but the game doesn't tell you this. This is the point. The game does not tell you this. The game even keeps track in one way. I'm fairly certain in one of the rooms, I'm blanking on where it is off the top of my head, but in one of the rooms there's like a little tally system on the wall. I want to say it's in the what's it called, the mess tent, I think, well, the mess building. Yeah, there's a little tally system on the wall, and it will track you as well. Which is why I'm slapping Restoring Hope right up in C, because the whole morale system is really intricate. Kind of odd that it doesn't tell you about it, but it's still good. Next up is Return to Sender, and this one's honestly not great, because this quest requires a lot of back and forthing, bearing in mind you basically have to, you get told to go to all these places, and then you go back, And then you get told to go back to all these places again. It's kind of baffling. I mean, at least on the second trip, you've already got all their fast travel points listed. But again, what if you weren't using fast travel? Anyway, not a really big fan of this quest. You do get some choices towards the end when you're confronting Chief Hanian, I believe it's pronounced. Or is it Hanlon? Is it an L or an I? No, it's an L. Hanlon. Hanian? What the hell am I saying? Anyway. Yeah, so you do have options about what you want to do with that. Interestingly enough, and I will say this is one point to the quest's credit, about the only one, is if you or indeed anyone has killed Caesar at that point, there is actually a secret option that becomes available in dialogue. Because the idea is that Chief Hanlon has kind of lost hope that the NCR is ever going to win against the Legion, and if Caesar is dead, you can say, well, Caesar's dead. Like, Legion's going to fall apart now anyway. And he's like, oh, I never thought about that. Maybe we can win this after all. So there is that secret option if Caesar is dead. If he's dead. It's not exactly an easy thing to pull off. I've done it myself. But yeah, I'm going to slap that in C. It's not C, or should it be D? Actually, you know what? No, I am going to put that down in D. I did list it as D, actually. I thought I'd listed it as C. No, I'd listed it in D. And yes, I think it goes in D because all the wandering you have to do for it is very irritating and annoying. And yeah, we're officially having to scroll now because it's just looking down like, oh, we've still got so much more left to do. Oh no, my boys. I'll manage. Okay, now that lucky old sun. This is a fun quest, isn't it? I mean, Helios 1 is a fun building to be in. I mean, it's a real place, for the record. I think it's bigger in real life than it's presented as in the game, but then, hey-ho, what isn't? Yeah, so Helios 1, obviously you've got the solar panel light collector things, which is fun enough. There's a couple of fun characters involved. I mean, everybody loves Fantastic, because his line about theoretical physics is something I do frequently quote. So I while I'm not necessarily giving it points for characters, I can't ignore how good of a character Fantastic is. But generally speaking, the quest itself is relatively straightforward. You do definitely get some options towards the end. Also, can someone explain to me why the dogs in the pen are hostile? Has anybody ever worked that one out? My guess is that's just a mistake, but hey ho, who knows? Yeah, so generally speaking, it's a fairly straightforward sort of thing. You do get solid choices to the end in terms of like where you send the power. You know, if you send it to McCarran and the Strip, then that's NCR liking you. Fremont and Westside full region. And apparently Archimedes 2 will also give you followers fame. I'm not sure why priming the Archimedes 2 gets you follower fame, but hey ho, whatever. Yeah, and Archimedes 2 is... It's fun, although I would argue it's of questionable use. Like, it's very nice, it's very fun, it's very powerful, but do you ever really need it? I don't know. I've personally never used it because I don't play that kind of character, but... It's nice to have a giant orbital laser cannon. Who doesn't love that? Anyway, yeah, that's an A, I'm thinking, for me. Definitely. So, yeah. It's a good, solid quest, I think. Now we have the Coyotes, which is... This one's odd, because there are a couple of quests in this game where you basically have to play detective, go hunting for clues in order to work out what the bloody hell is actually going on. But in and of itself, the quest is very straightforward, where you basically just talk to a couple of people, go to a place, scope around for evidence, and then you get a very small choice of how you wrap everything up. This is one of those quests that I kind of forget is even in the game. It's so unmemorable. I think I'm going to slap it in D, just on general principle that there's not a vast amount to it. As I said, I barely even remember this being a quest. When I was making my list, I was like, oh yeah, that is a quest. You do have to sort of run around the odd apartment building in the middle of nowhere, don't you? Yeah, it's such an odd little quest. Next up, we've got the Whitewash. This is another one of those quests that I kind of forget. You basically just got to find some missing people. You do end up sort of running around quite a lot in this one. There is at least some interesting choices towards the end where you can either, keep the secrets that you uncover and decide whether you want to be a part of the little scheme or anything like that. So it's not an absolutely awful quest. It's just, again, I like the coyotes. It's kind of unmemorable. It's another one of those ones where it's like, oh yeah, that is a thing, isn't it? There's just nothing really sticks in my brain. I will put it in C because it does have some choices towards the end, which makes it a little more than just your bland average sort of D level quest. But yeah, it's not great. It's really just kind of there. Some of these quests kind of are. Some of these quests probably could have been cut out to make the NCR feel a bit more, in balance with the Legion, but hey ho, whatever. So now we have There Stands the Grass, and I will say that any quest that points you at a vault is usually going to be fun. I always like enjoying the vaults in Fallout games, or at least in the more modern ones. Like in Fallout 1 or 2, there wasn't anything that special to them. But Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and even Fallout 4, although somewhat to a lesser extent in Fallout 4, the vaults are always fun. Like, always fun to explore in the Fallout universe. And another interesting point about this one is how long the quest is will vary entirely on how much effort you are willing to put in. Because the quest can be short. You can just poke your head into the vault, grab the data, and then, disappear. Or, if you bother to go in all the way to find Keeley, then the quest actually becomes a lot more complicated. So you sort of have that optional extra stuff. And the whole finding Keeley and, doing what she wants you to do is entirely optional. You don't have to do that at all. So I do quite like that. And as I said, any quest that takes you to a vault is usually fun. So I think I'm going to slap you in A. Because boy howdy, this is starting to get quite big. So 3-card bounty is next up. This is a pretty simple sort of quest. It's fairly straightforward. You get told, we want to kill these 3 fiend sort of leaders, such as it is. Go do it for us. Yay. It is nice that you can pick which one you want to do, but you don't get told, here's all 3 of the locations, go do it. It's like, okay, I want to do this one next, and okay, here's where they are. So you do still have to do the whole back and forth thing, where it's like, okay, go out to that one, then that one, then that one. You do have the option of getting help for one of them, which is of questionable use, considering that you need to kill them without headshots. Because if you shoot them in the head, then you don't get the full reward, which is an interesting test of your skill. I will say that. So I think I'm going to put you in C. Because it's not a terrible quest. It's a little bit tricky and challenging, but generally speaking, there's not a lot to it. It is just a case of kill 3 people in an order. So we will all go together. This is the one where you're running around Searchlight, killing the Feral Ghoul troopers. It's very simple. It is a very simple, very straightforward sort of quest. Not really a lot to it until you get to the one person who didn't go feral and is just, your sort of regular, ordinary, non-feral ghoul. Getting the dog tag off of him can be a bit tricky, because it definitely involves speech checks and stuff like that, and I'm fairly certain there's an option where if you know about the ghouls at the ranger station up north, I forget which one it is, which one is that? Ranger Station Echo, that's the one, because that one is basically run by ghouls. It's a little tricky to get. I know I do sometimes struggle to get that as an option, because I think you have to talk to Edwards and then go back to Aster, the quest giver, in order to get him to give you the suggestion to take back to Edward. So it's a bit, again, a bit of back and forth. Running around Searchlight can be problematic depending on your setup. It's not something you want to do at a low level for certain. I think I'll put it in C. It's kind of low level C, but at least, you know, you have to go out of your way to try and find like the quote unquote good ending where he goes running off. So yeah, I think C is fair for that. And lastly, in the NCR quest bit, I'm not even sure why this is labeled as NCR, but I suppose it kind of is. You have Wheel of Fortune, which is this quest is kind of odd. You know, you're stumbling around radiation-filled Searchlight, and then suddenly you just encounter these people. Yeah, we're planning to loot the place. Want to join us? And so then you have to run around doing all the little things for you. And then at the end, they're like, yeah, we didn't really want to share the loot with you. Time to die. And then you kill them, and then you just get all of the loot. Like, the loot itself is nice, I guess. Some of it's of questionable use. It's mostly like very sort of early game stuff, you know, pistols, a couple of frag grenades, things like that. Of course, there's a Rad Scorpion Queen, get it right, that you've got to deal with. A Corpion Squeen, that's something quite different. In the fire station. So it's fine in and of itself. It's not like a great quest, but it's okay. So I think that's another C there. Yeah. So next up, we've got Someone to Watch Over Me, which is more or less the only quest associated with the North Vegas Square region. This quest it's fairly straightforward, really. A couple of nice things about it. It does require the completion of a speech check. I think there's speech or barter, all told, in order to even start the quest. So, you know, that's sort of nice enough. The quest itself is relatively linear. It's more like, you know, go here, do this, do this, do this. It is what it is. I will say, sort of looking it up, and this is, again, because this is one of those quests that I don't really remember even being in the game. It's kind of a nothing quest, really. I know that getting, like, getting the good ending, I suppose, would be the best way to say it. That could be tricky. You've kind of got to navigate the conversation at the very end carefully. You know, picking the right options is the only way to get a good ending. So, a little bit of nuance there, but honestly not much to it. It's fairly standard as quests go. I'm putting that one in C. Doesn't really... As I said, it's kind of an unmemorable quest. Then we have the Novak quest, of course, Come Fly With Me, which is a very fun quest, I will say. This one's pretty good. There's a few things that unfortunately do take the shine off of it. Namely, there's some amount of back and forth. Not as bad compared to some quests you can get. But it is a case of, you know, you go to the Replicon test site. And, you know, you have to then deal with all the ghouls. And, you know, of course, they want to go on their great journey, so you can help them or not, as you want. Obviously, there's the super mutants in the basement. How you deal with that is, of course, up to you. And indeed, how much effort you put into solving the super mutants in the basement section is... There's definitely some measure to that, because you can't just go in to kill all the super mutants. Sorry, Nightkin. Sorry, I'm calling them super mutants. They're Nightkin. They're different kinds of super mutants. But, yeah, you can either just kill them outright, or you can help them. And then helping them in turn has difficulties, because you've got that one ghoul who's a bit tricky to deal with, where you've got to tell him, yeah, sorry, the person you're waiting for is dead, or you can just kill him outright to get the Nightkin what they want. So there's a good amount of nuance to that. I will say the back and forth comes when getting the stuff for the rockets. Again, there are at least options for like where you go and where you get the things, at least in a couple of cases. Yeah, so getting the rocket up and run, that's a kind of the only sort of real negative, I would say, is that there's a bit of back and forth there. It's not as egregious as some quests, but as I said, it does kind of take the shine off. But I will also say the fact you can sabotage the launch and have all the rockets crash into each other, that's very fun if you want to play evil character, of course. And I mean, I've got to give it some bonus points because it includes classical music. Like, how could I not? So, yeah, Come Fly With Me. I don't know if I can specifically... No, we can scroll up, though. That's definitely an A. Come Fly With Me is a very solid quest. As I said, the back and forth in the middle does kind of take the shine off. Otherwise, it might have gotten up to an S. But I'm definitely willing to put it in A. Now we have the Powder Gangers quests, starting with Booted. Now, Booted is an odd one. I would definitely say that Booted is a very odd quest, and not in a good way. The quest in and of itself is very simple and very straightforward. You basically just have to rescue these two powder gangers that have been, caught by the Legion. One of the things I find annoying is it can sometimes be very difficult to even start this quest, because you're supposed to talk to Boxcars in Nipton, and sometimes he just won't give you the quest, even if he mentions it, and sometimes it just won't trigger. I don't know if that's a bug or what, but yeah, that's weird. And if you go over and free them anyway, you can fail the quest. I've done that on numerous occasions where I've just freed the prisoners, and rather than completing the quest, it fails it because they run off and get themselves killed, at which point the quest fails. So yeah, Booted is a very bizarre quest. I don't know if the programming in it is just weird or something. Yeah, sorry, that's an F for me. The fact that it'll just fail if you don't start it properly is just really, really weird to me. So yeah, I'm sorry, that one's going in F. And then, honestly, at the complete opposite end of the spectrum, you've got I Fought the Lore. Now, I Fought the Lore is a really, 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 really good quest. There's a lot of options available for being either violent or non-violent in how you deal with things. But pretty much every task you're told to do has options in it. Like the first one, you're supposed to go and kill a guy called Chavez, but you can just get him to bugger off if you don't want to kill the guy. There's a suspicious merchant who you can kill, or you can just leave using various skill checks and stuff. And then, of course, the last option is whether you flip sides and switch across to the NCR, or you can defend the prison from the NCR with the Powder Gang. So even the end of the quest has choices in it. Yeah, just generally speaking, this is a really, really solid quest. I think I'm actually going to slap it up in S. It sounds a bit weird going from F to S like that, but that's just the way it goes, I suppose. And then finally, for the Powder Gangers, we have Why Can't We Be Friends? This is another solid quest. Maybe not quite up to the level of the last one. This is the one set in Vault 19, where the Powder Gangers want access to the sulfur underneath, but there's some fire geckos in the way. It's a good quest. It's fairly solid, and you do have choices on how you approach the quest. There's even a fun little thing where the vault itself had this experiment going on where it was all split into two halves. And you've kind of got to navigate these two halves to find all the keys if you want to, get around properly. I kind of like that. That's a fun aspect about it. But obviously your basic choices are, side with one person to kill the fire geckos so they get the sulfur, or just destroy access to the sulfur. That's always a choice. And then once you've dealt with that, there's a choice of how to complete the quest. Because you can get the Powder Gangers to try and join up with the Great Khans, which doesn't end well for them in their ending slide, or you can get them to, give themselves up to the NCR, which also doesn't really end very well for them. But I do like that you have choices. I do like that you have options. I think it's a fine little quest. Maybe not quite up to the level of the last one, but I think I'm willing to slap it in A, because, well, why not, right? Seems like the place to put it. Now we have My Kind of Town, the quest to get a new mayor for Prim after what the Powder Gangers did to it. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good, solid quest. There's a lot of options you have in terms of, what you want to do in the quest. Firstly, obviously, you have to get rid of the Powder Gangers. That's it's kind of part of it. because you have to rescue Deputy Beagle. So you sort of have to get rid of the Powder Gangers in order to rescue him. Which does connect into the main quest line, of course. It's almost like a side branching quest from that. So, yeah, the quest in and of itself, fairly straightforward. You are told, find us a new mayor, and there are options for you. You're not out and out told about it, although I'm trying to remember if you get quest markers for all 3 of your options. I forget exactly, but essentially there are 3 options for you, where you can either get the NCR to take over, you can go to the correctional facility to get, I think it's Mayers is his name, to become sheriff, or you can reprogram the robot to do it, which is always funny. So that's good. Obviously there's also an ending slide involved, which is, you know, nice when quests have stuff like that attached. Yeah, I'm thinking that this is an A or S. See, I wrote down S, but I'm like, I think the quest is a little on the simpler side for that. I'm going to put it in A. It is a very solid A, though. I will say it's like high tier A. Would almost get up to S, but I think it's a little on the smaller side for that. Depending on what it is exactly you want to do. And it does have some running back and forth if you need to convince certain people to take over the town and whatnot. So yeah, I'll put it in A, I think. And now we have the 2 Sunset Sarsaparilla quests, which I will say right off the bat that I do kind of like both of these quests, although they have problems that I've listed against other quests. The way these quests are presented is kind of the point of the quest. So the Legend of the Star, of course, comes first, where you're told about the Sunset Sarsaparilla, starred bottle caps. And you have to then spend the entire game finding 50 of them, which, if you know where to look, is relatively easy. And it's not like it's not hard or even close to impossible. It's supposed to be something that you can do. And one of the things I like about Legend of the Star is it's kind of supposed to be this hilarious juxtaposition where you've spent all this time gathering up all these star bottle caps, and in the end you don't get a reward. And the quest actually fails because you cannot complete the quest because it's kind of a non-thing. And again, it's kind of going out of the line, but I like the idea that people have obviously shot at Festus because of other people have been disappointed, including one person that we'll get to in a moment. I think that's the implication. The reason why he's all shot up is because the previous person to find 50 star bottle caps was so massively disappointed. I think that's supposed to be the implication on that. Anyway, so you cannot complete this quest. You will always fail the Legend of the Star. So for its uniqueness, I'm going to give it an A. That I almost feel a little hypocritical doing that, considering how, things that this quest does, I've torn other quests apart for, but I love the way it presents itself. Go and do this huge, massive thing and then get disappointed at the end. It's like I almost can't be angry at it because of that. But of course, it leads directly into a valuable lesson. And the thing about a valuable lesson, of course, is firstly, it's directly tied across to it. And you have to then go and find the prize room where the actual secret of the star bottle caps is, which is I'm trying to remember the number. It was 319 Sunset Sarsaparilla deputy badges. That's your reward. Now, actually, the actual reward is that you get about 1,500 bottle caps in the various crates dotted around the room. That's the real reward. That, and the fact you also get Pew Pew from the dead body of Alan Marks. That's also your real reward. And I am wondering, how the hell did he get locked in that room? I don't know how he got himself locked in that room, because the door just opens and then that's it, it's open. But for getting a good reward out of it, I will say, And because, again, it's funny, I'm going to slap it right next to the previous, because, yeah, just those two quests together are very interesting in how they're presented. Despite being short, technically speaking, and linear, there's a lot of... It's cleverly done. It's supposed to subvert your expectations, and that's always fun. Next up, we have the strip quests. Yes, we finally reached the strip, and we're going to start with Beyond the Beef. Yeah, this is a really, really good quest. You have to do a sort of amount of detective work. There are several quests that, where, you know, I've mentioned before, where you have to be a detective. You have to do this one. Again, it is sort of following quest markers, which, you know, is what it is. But I do like that there is that sort of mystery aspect, like what's really going on here. And, you know, there's a lot to go on there. And how you resolve the quest has multiple different options. So you can, obviously, you know, save Ted, stop them from being cannibals again. You can save Ted, but kill someone else. So, you know, you start the cannibal cycle up again. You can just kill Ted and actually frame his father for the murder, which is quite funny. Or you can just kill everyone in the Ultralux, because why not? Killing everybody is usually always an option in New Vegas. Sure. Yeah, so this is a really good and a really solid quest. I love how many options and outcomes it has. The quest itself is longer than you think. Going in, you think it's going to be an easy one, but actually there's a lot more going on and a lot more to it. So, you know what? I'm slapping you an S, because I think that's a really, really, really good quest. Next up, we have Bye Bye Love. And, you know what? I'm just going to say it outright. This is a fucking F for me. I'd list it as a D, but I hadn't put the F tier in when I was doing that. I'm like, yeah, this is an easy, easy F of how annoying this quest is. So here's the thing. 2 characters who can technically start this quest for you. You need surprisingly high skill checks in order to even start this quest. I'm thinking it's, yeah, there's like 50 speech or 50 medicine, which is a lot. Or even 50 medicine and 75 speech on another one. So yeah, depending on who you're talking to, you need some very high speech checks. You also need some high speech checks to even, like, clear the quest. Which is surprising considering how early, well, early-ish, like kind of mid-ish, early mid-game, I should say, you can encounter this quest. The quest in and of itself requires a lot of back and forth. It's literally just go to Gamora, go to Vault 21, go back to Gamora, go back to Vault 21. You're just passing messages between these two people. And it's really annoying because, I mean, depending on where you are in your standing with Gamora, you're going to have your weapons taken off you every single time you do it. Which is annoying. The quest itself isn't really very memorable. You're just helping someone to escape from Gamora because they're in love with someone. It's kind of bland. And the other thing I find really, really, really annoying is if you complete How Little We Know, which we'll get to in a bit, this quest just disappears. You can start this quest, continue to complete How Little We Know, and the characters involved with this quest will just disappear and it just kind of gets left there. Who thought that was a good idea? It's such a bad quest. Honestly, the ones I put in F are like, it boggles my mind why this is a thing. It's like, you know, in and of itself, I could almost excuse the back and forth thing down to just a D tier. But the fact that you can just have the people involved in this quest just vanish, even if you're in the middle of the quest. I do think the quest maybe fails. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I can't remember if it actually fails or if you just can't complete the quest. So, okay, so I have it in my mind that it's the latter, but I could be wrong on that. But yeah, it boggles my mind why that's a thing. And just, yeah, I hate this quest. It's annoying. Next up, we have Classical Inspiration, and almost the complete opposite side of the spectrum. I really like this quest. I think this one's actually kind of fun. You do need some mid-level skill checks. I think a medicine check off the top of my head. Is it medicine? Speech or medicine. Yeah, maybe. So, yeah, you do need some mid-level skill checks to start the quest. That can be a bad thing, but, I mean, you're kind of should be getting close to that by that point in the game, so I won't knock it off too much for that. And, of course, the idea of it is you need to go and take photographs of all these places around New Vegas, or the Mojave area itself. It's kind of the only negative is it does send you around to a lot of places, but once you've got the quest to do that, you can more or less do it in any order you want. There's no set order. You can do them as and when you want to, so you can just do them as you're passing by. It's not that egregious compared to some quests that send you around all over the place, so I'm not going to hold that against it too much. I do like that the camera is technically speaking a weapon and you can get people to react to it. I think that's funny. Honestly, anytime they give you something that's a little different and a little unique, I'm always willing to give it extra points for that. And just generally speaking, it's a fun, very different kind of quest. I think I'm going to give it an A, just because that feels about right. So yeah, A rank for that. Definitely a solid quest. Now we have How Little We Know, which is a pretty big, pretty bulky kind of quest. It's kind of the main sort of Gamora quest, much like how Beyond the Beef was for the Ultra Lux. So How Little We Know, yeah, there's a lot that you can do in this. There's a lot of different options and directions. There's even like a who do you side with? Whether you side with the NCR in stopping the Omerta's plan, or whether you side with the Omertas and team up with Caesar. I like that you have that option for you. I think that is good. There's also multiple ways that the quest will actually get started, actually, speaking of that, because it's not just the ending where it's NCR or Caesar. It's actually... I'm pretty sure the NCR will send you to deal with the Omertas because they're suspecting something. That's one way to start it. And I think if you actually do complete Bye Bye Love, they do send you to or they give you a tip about that. So yeah, that's fine. The quest itself has you sort of running around Gamora a lot. You don't have to leave the location, so I'm not really going to hold that against it. You've got to, again, sort of play detective. I will say something I did notice, and something I wasn't really aware of because it's not something I pay attention to, is that depending on how you complete this quest, can actually block you from being able to get hold of the Pimp Boy 3000. Which is questionable. I've never liked the Pimp Boy. Fun fact, actually, if you're playing as a female character, the Pimp Boy is broken. And it's always slightly angled on your screen for some reason. There's probably, fan patches to fix it and stuff, but that's always kind of been an odd thing for me in regard to the Pimp Boy. But apparently how you complete this quest can actually bar that from happening, so hey ho, it is what it is. But generally speaking, I think this is a nice solid little quest. As I said, it has choices, it has options, who you side with, where you go with the quest in general. I'm thinking that deserves an A. Definitely. I think that's a really good, solid quest. I mean, I'm not surprised. It is one of the quests that's on sort of the main quest line, but still, it's a solid A rank. Next up, we have Feeble Will. This is a weird quest, because, again, this is a quest where I think if you complete Beyond the Beef, this quest kind of just ceases to exist. It's kind of like Bye Bye Love in that way. The quest itself has at least a little more going for it. It's a little more straightforward rather than running backwards and forwards. Basically a guy, because Hec Gunderson is the guy involved in Beyond the Beef, and we've got Walter Phoebus, who basically wants revenge. You do have the option of talking him down. I think you can talk to his wife to get the idea for that, because she's like, oh, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be here anymore, or whatever it is she says. It is a high speech check. I think you need like 75 in speech to be able to do it. So, bit of a push on that one if you're not focusing on speech. But you do at least complete the quest, without having to kill anybody. Other than that, you have to either kill Ted or Hec Gunderson, and which of course fails Beyond the Beef. So if you want to do both, you kind of got to have the high speech option, and you've got to do Feeble Will first. which is a bit annoying. I'm thinking... I was going to say C, but I'm actually leaning towards D. Because of the fact this quest can just fail without you even realizing it, I find that annoying, you know? Like, I on the one hand, I don't mind, like, doing one quest can affect another. It should never erase the quest, it should always just change how that quest happens. Personally, I think, but I get that that's, like, more complicated. Yeah, I'm putting Feeble Will in D. Definitely a D. Okay, now we have Talent Pool, which is a quest that is very fun, very enjoyable. The basic idea is you've got to run around and find talent for this show going on at the Tops, which is perfectly fine. I like that there is a speech check right off the bat where you can get a bigger cut of the profits. Always nice when, skill checks come in. The one thing I would say that does kind of take a little bit of the shine off it is that you've got 4 characters you need to recruit. That's fine. You can do them in any order, but you have to return to the guy after each recruit. So you can't go out, recruit all 4 people, and then go back. You've got to recruit one person, then go back, recruit a second, then go back, third, back, fourth, and then you're done. That's a little annoying. Again, you know, the whole back and forth, and because you're walking into the Tops, depending on where you are in the main quest, you may get all your shit taken off you, which I really hate, because why can't the game remember where all your, quick equip buttons are? I don't know. I've always found that part annoying, especially when running in and out of casinos. But the characters themselves are fun. Some of them are quite interesting, especially when it comes to Fallout lore, but that's a conversation for another day. And I will say, the fact that after you've recruited them, not only does their name and title get added to, like, the billboard outside the Tops, great attention to detail, but you can sit in the Tops and watch the acts. You can watch the people you've hired perform acts, and I think that is absolutely amazing. I think, again, that is fantastic attention to detail, showing changes in the world. So, technically, I put it in S, but because of the back and forth thing, it's going to take the edge off it a little bit, but it is a very high A. Definitely agree with you on that. Next, we have The Moon Comes Over the Tower. This quest is honestly pointless, other than, I guess, maybe introducing you to the followers of the Apocalypse. I guess is why this quest exists. I don't otherwise see the point of it. Like, a member of the Follower of the Apocalypse asks you to plant a bug in House's Tower, the Lucky 38. You plant the bug, you go back, they're like, yeah, you planted the bug. Oh, it's not working anymore. Oh, well, never mind. And the quest is complete. It's an incredibly easy quest. There's nothing to do for it other than walking into a room and then back out again. F. As I said, other than just as an introduction to the followers, I don't understand the point of that quest. At all. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Now we have the only quest associated with the Thorn, Bleed Me Dry. This quest is technically straightforward, but also technically not, depending on where you are in the game. The point of Bleed Me Dry is that you're supposed to run out into the world and collect eggs of various critters, giant mantises, rad scorpions, fire geckos, night stalkers, cazadors, and of course, deathclaws, in that order. And you need to collect the eggs so they can be used in, like, arena fights. Yeah. It's a technically very difficult quest, depending on what your setup is, and as I say, where you are in the game. But it's also quite linear. And it's again one of those quests that really suffers from back and forthing, because you go grab the egg, then you have to take it back, then you have to go grab the next egg, then you have to take it back over and over and over again. It's not great. It does sort of set up the arena fights, which I'm fairly certain you can take part in if memory serves. And of course, Red Lucy is very appreciative of your help at the end, if you get my point. And you do at least get a unique weapon out of it, which is always a nice thing to see. Like I said, it's almost tempting to put it down in D, but It's fun enough, and it is one of those things you can kind of just do as you're wandering around, but I don't know, if you'd have just been told go out and gather all of these egg types and then bring them back whenever you can, it probably would have been better than being a back and forth kind of thing. I don't know, maybe that's just me. And now we're on to the companion quests. Ah yes, this is, well, okay, I'd like to say this is where things get good. They sort of do and they sort of don't. The companions themselves are fun, and I want to stress, this isn't a mark on the companions themselves. This is purely the quests that we're judging, remember? I'm not judging characters or companions really here, so you bear that in mind. But anyway, first up we've got For Auld Lang Syne, which is, of course, Arcade Ganon's quest. This one's pretty solid. I will say one of the annoying parts, not just in this quest, but actually in quite a few of the companion quests, is that there's this sort of trust system involved. Well, sometimes it's called like a trust system, sometimes it's called something else, but you basically need to trigger certain things to get the quest to even start, which is annoying if you don't know what they are. Of course, these days you can just use a guide, but that's beside the point. I don't think it's impossible to block any of them out. Usually it's just a case of take a character to a place and wait for them to make a comment. I think that's what it is. But yeah, so starting the quest can be a little annoying. But the idea of it is that you need to run around and gather up 5 people from the Enclave Remnant. And you can do it in any order. That's really good. You're just told, here's 5 people, go and find them, and then you just go and do it. Any order, you're not told to return to a place afterwards, so that's a little annoying, but it's quite alright. And you can then also choose who you're going to get the Enclave to fight for at the end, whether you get them to fight for the NCR side or you fight for Caesar's Legion side. Speech checks will be involved if you want the full group, although I think if you go Caesar's, there's some people who just walk out anyway. But if you go NCR, you do need speech checks. But generally speaking, it's a solid quest. It's pretty good fun. I like it enough. So I think you're going in A. Definitely. Now we have Craig Boone's first quest, because he actually gets 2, which is One for My Baby, where you have to discover who is ultimately responsible for, selling his wife into the Legion. And the interesting thing is that if you have a high enough speech skill, you can just get anybody killed. It doesn't matter. Which is fair, I suppose. But obviously, if you want to actually find out, finding the right person is a little on the trickier side. I don't actually know how you're supposed to work out that Jeannie May is responsible. I think I did know that once, and I've actually forgotten, and I can't remember if the guide specifically says. I think there is someone who is supposed to clue you in, but I can't remember who the heck it is. But generally speaking, like any guide you look up will just say, yeah, go look in the safe. Because I don't think anybody actually knows how you're supposed to find out about it. But that being said, you do have the choice of whether to actually find her or not. So you're supposed to lead her out and get her killed, present the bill of sale, and like, hey, this is who was responsible. In and of itself, the quest is kind of simple, and the fact that there aren't that many flags or triggers to say, hey, Jeannie May Crawford seemed to be up to something, that's a little off. I think I'm going to stick it in C, because it's a fine quest, but it's not special in any real way. It's just kind of is what it is, Then, of course, you got Boone's second quest, I Forgot to Remember to Forget, which is another tricky one to start, because you have to wander around with Boone for a long while in order to get his, triggers, again, kind of like with Arcade Ganon. It can be annoying to trigger that, but once you get it, even then, the quest is kind of simple. You just go to Bitter Springs, where he has a lot of regrets. You then deal with the Legion attack, which is fairly straightforward. Boone's a pretty powerful companion, so he can pretty much deal with it almost entirely himself, kinda. Yeah, it's not a strong quest. Trigger it's annoying. The quest itself is simple. There is at least the option at the end of how you tell him to act in regards to it, whether he should be repentant or whether he should like embrace the madness, kind of. So that's at least nice. But again, I'm thinking I'm putting it in C. There's just nothing amazing to it. As I said, Boone himself is a very good character, I'm not arguing that, but the quest is so basic. That's my point here. Next up we have Eddie My Love, which this quest is kind of weird, actually, because it has that sort of trigger system, but it's even more obnoxious than the previous two. Okay, but from the start, obviously you've got to repair Eddie. Eddie, sorry, I always call him Edie. My brain said, oh, his name's Edie. No, it's not. That would be E-D-E. It's E-D-E. It's Eddie. They literally say that's how it's pronounced in the DLC. It's Eddie. And my brain latched onto Edie the first time I ever read it, and then I corrected myself, but my brain will not let it go, because that's how my brain works. Anyway, Eddie, repairing him can be tricky, because you've either got to scavenge for stuff, being like scrap electronics and sensor modules and stuff, or you have to have either high repair or high science and medium repair, depending on your skill levels. So it can be a while before you even get to that. Eddie as a companion isn't a bad thing, but the problem is the triggers for it. You have to run around and just talk to the right people and go to the right places in order to trigger these audio logs to happen. And the problem with it is that once you get one to trigger, then you have to wait. You have to wait, like, in-game time before the next one will trigger. And it's actually kind of annoying to get both of the audio logs to trigger. At least there are only 2. Rather than being like 5 or whatever it is that Arcade and Boone have. Yeah, so it's a little tricky, if you ask me. But, that being said, once you've gotten past all that, and you've like waited and all of that stuff, you do get at least a choice of how you want to upgrade Eddie, whether you want to increase his armor, increase his weapons, depending on who you give him to. It's nice, but then you've got even more waiting. Like after that, it's a bit of an oddly structured quest. It's not outright bad in and of itself. It's just very oddly structured. So I think I'm going to slap it in C. Like, it's not a bad quest. It's just because you have a lot of in-game waiting and stuff like that. If you want to just complete the quest, it's a bit of a chore, you know? Next up, we have Guess Who I Saw Today, which is the quest of... Why do I not have her name? Lily. Sorry, Lily. The Nightkin, who... Yeah, Lily's an interesting character. Funnily enough, technically speaking, there is a second part to her character arc, but it's not a labeled quest, so I can't review it here. But the quest itself is you basically have to take Lily up to this cave, where you have to retrieve this damaged stealth boy and return it to Dr. Henry. Technically speaking, you have to complete this quest to do part of For Auld Lang Syne, but that's neither here nor there. The quest in itself is fairly simple, fairly straightforward. The only thing of note is that you need a very high speech check to talk down Keen at the end of the quest. Yeah, it is what it is on that front. It's not great. It's pretty basic, pretty simple and straightforward. And if you've got the Animal Friend perk and the Night Stalkers don't attack you, it's even easier. D. Now we have Crazy Crazy Crazy, which is technically Raul Tejada. I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce his last name. I usually just call him Raul. It's his quest, or at least it gets him as your companion. Again, dealing with him as a companion to tweak his ending slide is not an actual quest. It's kind of an unmarked quest. so I can't talk about that. But Crazy 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 is, of course, the quest up at Black Mountain, where you have to deal with Tabitha. And obviously, you can just kill her, or you have to repair Rhonda, which is, again, fairly simple, fairly straightforward. There's not a lot to it. There is a few fun things you can do in terms of how to get past the Nightkin and super mutants up there, like pretending to be a dum-dum and sending them racing off down the mountain. That's quite funny. And yeah, just generally speaking, it's okay. It's not one I'd say, oh my god, this is such an amazing quest. It's definitely just, it's fine. It's just fine, so C tier. Now we have Nothing But a Hound Dog, which is, of course, Rex's quest. It's relatively simple and straightforward, but you do have options towards the end of it in terms of what you want Rex to be. And it will actually change the perk that you get from having Rex as a companion, which is nice. Because basically, Rex needs a new brain, and depending on the brain that you give him, depends on what essentially happens to Rex, including like changing his ending slide and stuff. So that's nice. It is nice to have those kind of options. And let's be honest, Rex is a good boy. I know we're not judging the companions here, but that needs to at least be stated, even if not like weighed in as a fact. So I'm thinking this one... A or B? I'm leaning towards B, actually. It is a good, solid quest, and it has some choices, but it is also relatively straightforward. You don't really need that much in order to do it. It's just a case of... I think the only one that you need to do something, Will, is either Barter or Caps, if you want the one from Old Lady Gibson. I think the other two you can just get... just randomly, because one is, of course, Violet's guard dog. You have to just kill the dog and take the brain. And the other one is one of the Legion's dog, of course. But hey-ho, it is what it is. It's an alright quest, but nothing too special, I'd say. Now we have Heartache by the Number. It is Heartache, not Heart's Aches. You'd think it would be plural, but apparently it's not. It's just Heartache. Is heartache the plural of heartache? It can't be, can it? I have no idea. Anyway, this is Rose of Sharon Cassidy's quest. And interesting thing about this one is, I mean, to find her, you kind of have to do the Crimson Caravan Company quest. I don't think it's required, but you certainly have to deal with her. And you cannot do... this and Birds of a Feather. I mentioned this before. They're kind of mutually exclusive, which I hate. And yeah, Cass in and of herself is fine, I suppose. You do need some high skill checks. Interestingly enough, you also have to be a good, or at the very least neutral, Karmer to even complete the quest, you know? There's also a choice of how you end the quest, because if you get her to just kill the Van Graffs and basically get revenge, then that goes down one route, but the other route is, of course, to basically send evidence of their corruption to, like, you know, the headquarters at the NCR so it can be dealt with. So generally speaking, it's an okay sort of quest. I do like that, again, you sort of have to play detective, but it's a much more straightforward sort of thing. I'm thinking this one goes in B. You do at least get to choose what kind of character Cass ends up becoming. But in and of itself, it's fine. It's an okay quest. And lastly, for the companions, we have I Could Make You Care, which is Veronica's little quest. This is another quest where you need quote-unquote triggers in order to get it working properly, which I always find that really annoying. Again, unless you're specifically using like a guide or referring to like a wiki or something like that, those kind of things are just irritating to me. Like, I don't mind in and of itself, but there has to be a better way to do it, doesn't there? I don't know. So yeah, basically the idea is Veronica wants to prove to, you know, the elder of the Brotherhood, because she's a member of the Brotherhood of Steel, she just spends her time out of the bunker rather than inside it, She wants to prove to them that tech isn't dangerous and there are ways forward using it. The interesting thing is, I feel as though people sometimes forget that the ultimate conclusion of this quest is that the Elder ultimately agrees and says, yeah, you're right, we do have to use technology, but I'm still not going to use it. And it's like, do people forget how hypocritical the Brotherhood of Steel can be sometimes? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. You do get a choice of which tech you want to get, and you can also choose what Veronica does at the end. You know, if she stays with the Brotherhood or whether she just leaves them. You do need pretty high speech to talk down the Paladins at the end as well, which is tricky, otherwise you have to fight them, and that does not go well. Although I don't think the Brotherhood themselves will get angry at you for it, because, like, they started it, I think. I can't 100% remember now. But it's a fine quest. You know, going to all the different locations to find things. Fortunately, you only need one. And although you can actually sort of get yourself out of several of them, because one of them is the Archimedes 2, which if you've already done that Lucky Old Sun and didn't activate it, then you can kind of write that one off. So yeah, it is interesting which ones you can and cannot get depending on where you are in the game. But as I said, definitely going in B. Now, the next three quests, Beware the Wrath of Caesar, Don't Tread on the Bear, and The House Has Gone Bust, are interesting. I'm going to talk about them as one here, because they're kind of infamy quests, which is the best way I can describe them. They trigger if you're starting to push too far down a route that faction doesn't like. You know, if you're siding with the NCR, then Beware Wrath of Caesar might kick off. If you're siding with House, then Don't Tread on the Bear might kick off. Depending on how far down opposing factions' quest line you've gone. The interesting thing is, it's supposed to be that they trigger as a warning, and then if they complete, that's when you're in trouble. But I've definitely played on the game where I've started Don't Tread on the Bear, but never actually, like, finished it. You know, I kind of like, oh, well, I completed a house quest and started Don't Tread on the Bear, but didn't get far enough for it to, like, you know, go over the line. And I still had bloody NCR assassins running after me. So I'm not entirely sure if it's a little bugged or something. But yeah, so essentially, if you complete the quest, you'll get, like, assassins and people running after you to try and kill you, which can be annoying. They can show up at some very inappropriate moments. Anyone who's had them showing up at the top of Helios 1 knows exactly what I'm talking about. They can just show up there for some reason. I don't know why. I guess that's just a play. Because I'm assuming it's because it's, like, outside, technically. They can just show up. I don't know. It's very odd. Interestingly enough, though, although Beware the Wrath of Caesar and Don't Tread on the Bear are ones you're familiar with, you're probably wondering, wait, there's a quest called The House Has Gone Bust? Sort of. The House Has Gone Bust is a quest that both starts and immediately fails when you kill Mr. House. Unless you're somehow glitching the game, you can't, quote-unquote, complete the quest. It literally starts and fails when House dies. It's really weird. Anyway, I'm putting these in F because they're not really quests. They're just sort of ways that the game tells you, hey, you're pissing off this faction. Be careful unless you know what you're doing. Which I think is interesting. But did they need to be quests? Wasn't there a better way they could have done that? I don't know. But anyway, there you have it. That is every main quest in the base game of Fallout New Vegas. Not even main quest, every main quest and side quest. It is every quest in base game Fallout New Vegas. All that is left now is the DLCs. Okay, let's get started. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. So, starting off the DLC with, of course, the first DLC that was actually released, we're going to start with Dead Money. And we're going to be doing the DLC in release order, because you're kind of supposed to play the DLC in order. I know you don't have to, but it really feels like you're supposed to, because, you know, DLCs kind of lead into each other in a roundabout kind of way. Anyway, That's just always the way I've preferred to do it. That's personal preference for you. So, starting off with Sierra Madre Grand Opening. This is a fairly simple, basic sort of quest. It is literally just there to say, hey, this is where the DLC starts. It's really not that much to it. I will say in terms of the quest itself, the sort of quote-unquote jump scare that you get when you get knocked unconscious when you're approaching the radio, it's kind of interesting. I do think it's funny that that location actually existed before the DLC existed as well, which does make it interesting, but that's an aside. Yeah, I think I'm going to put that one in a D, because it's kind of a nothing quest. It is literally just, here's the DLC, go start it, and that's it. So, yeah. Then you have Find Color 8 with Dog. So yeah, technically speaking, the 3 Find Color quests, in fact, the quests tend to come in batches of 3. It's usually there's 1 quest and then 3, then 1 quest and then 3, and then 1 quest and then 3, kind of. It's sort of, actually no, there's no middle single quest, is it? There's 3 and there's 3. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Obviously, Dog is the first one, so we have to deal with him. And Dog is an interesting character, but the quest itself is fairly straightforward. It's go to the police station, and you find Dog/God locked in the cell. Turns out they locked them there. So you then have to go into the basement to find the command tape, and then you talk with God and all that sort of stuff. There is at least a nice little sort of wrinkle in that you get to choose which character you take with you, whether you take Dog or God, kind of depending on what sort of character that you're playing as, kind of good karma, bad karma. It doesn't really come down to karma in that sense, but there is at least that choice that you have these sort of 2 characters vying for control, which of course plays into the DLC at large. So I think I'm going to put it in C. It's not a terrible quest. It's kind of there to serve a job. And as I said, you do at least get a choice. So C, I think, is fair. Now it's Find Color 12, Christine. And again, kind of like the last one, where you just go to a place and find the person you're looking for. There aren't really even any choices on this one, except the method you use to get Christine out of the auto dock she's trapped in. Because I think it's lockpick, or you have to scavenge for a key or something like that. So it's pretty basic as quests go. There's really not a lot to it, so yeah, so it's a bit too simple. There's not really anything there. There's no choices or options. It's just, here's Christine, find a way to free her. So I think that's a D. And of course, the last of the character introductory quests, Find Color 14, Dean Domino. Now, I will say, as a small aside, I do like that Dean Domino is kind of foreshadowed in the base game, because he's on the loading screen and stuff. I like that. I think that's neat. I think it's a nice little way that I think they were definitely planning the DLC even during the base game. But in terms of the quest itself, honestly, this one's frankly even more basic than Christine's one. It's literally just go where Dean is and talk to him. That's it. There is a small caveat where you have to be careful how you talk to him, but we'll get to that later when it actually comes into play. So again, I'm going to slap it in a D. It's not like a so bad it's an F grade, because D is for quests that are just way too basic for their own good, And for the record, I'm fully aware I'm not really taking into account the layout of the Sierra Madre. I know a lot of people have complaints about the layout of the DLC. I get it. But it's also kind of the point that the Madre is supposed to be kind of like a maze. Whether you like the DLC or not is questionable. I don't mind it. I think it's an interesting concept, maybe with a bit of a muddled execution. But anyway, next quest. So next of the sort of do these quests in any order you want is Fires in the Sky, where you have to get God/Dog to set off the fireworks. This quest is, again, very simple. It's just take them to the correct location. Bit of an interesting wrinkle towards the end of the quest, where getting them to remain in place is kind of... It's where any interest in this quest actually exists. Because depending on who you're talking to, depends on what you have to do. I think if Dog is in control, it's that you have to, like, feed him, and you have to just run around and kill some ghost people. If God is in control, then he will directly ask you for meat from ghost people. I'm pretty sure it's from ghost people you have to get it from. I think there is also an intelligence check involved there. Yes, there is. Intelligence of 7. So there are at least some options towards that. So I'm putting that up in C, where at least you have some choices to make with the character. For the record, you're going to be seeing a lot of C's and D's with this DLC. Now we have Strike Up the Band, which is Dean's quest. This one is extremely simple, actually. Again, this one's even more simple than Dog's one, because there's no real... there's no choices or options. It's just get him there and then say, okay, what do I need to do? You do have a choice of whether... of like 2 possible options. It's either you kill the ghost people yourself, or I think you have to turn on the security holograms to keep Dean safe while he is there. So there is at least that. So I am willing to put it up at C. Does it deserve to be C just because of that end choice? I suppose I had the end choice on the last one. So yeah, but we'll stick you up in C. But a lot of these quests are quite simple and straightforward. As I said, you're going to be seeing a lot of C's and D's here. And now it's Mixed Signals, which is Christine's quest. And again, this is, fairly straightforward. Take them to the place, and then you get a choice at the end of it. The choice basically being whether you send Christine down, but of course she's claustrophobic, and she's not going to like that very much, or use your technical knowledge to make sure that she doesn't have to go down there. And again, the decisions you make with these characters do ultimately affect how they treat you at the end of the DLC. So there is sort of that, but I kind of have to take every quest as it comes, So again, that's a C. You do at least get the choice at the end whether you send her, force her to go down there or help her out anyway. So that's nice. But again, the quests in this DLC are all very basic. And speaking of basic, we have Trigger the Gala event. Yeah, again, this is another very basic, very simple, straightforward quest. You just follow your quest marker to your objective, press a button, and then, well, hey, you're in, I suppose. It's very simple. It is literally just, you just gotta fight your way through all the ghost people, and that's it. Nothing else to it. Just do it. Now things start getting a little interesting, and I will say, once you actually get into the Madre, the DLC does sort of get better, I would say. Put the Beast Down is probably the most interesting quest. Well, maybe the last one, but we'll get to that. Put the Beast Down. Basically, Dog and God are now vying for control of the body they're stuck in. This one I at least like, because of the options that you get in dealing with them. Because obviously the obvious one is you just kill them. Obviously that's not a great option. But then you have the option of, like, having Dog survive by killing God, having God survive by killing Dog, or finding a way to, like, quiet the argument between them and to kind of merge their personalities into one if you have high enough skill checks. I think it's a speech skill check. Yes. Yeah. I think 85. But yeah, 85 is quite a high skill check. But that will at least get you good karma rather than, killing one of the characters off. So because there are those options, I am willing to put this one up in B. It's not a lot of options available, but they are still options, so I'm willing to do that. Curtain Call at the Tampico, however it's pronounced. Yeah, this quest is relatively simple. The sort of wrinkle to this one is that how Dean Domino treats you is directly tied to how you treat him. Basically, if you're polite and courteous to him and you don't piss him off, then he will help you here. If you do piss him off, he will basically try and get you killed. There's a few minor speech checks, although nothing serious or amazing involved. And of course, you do ultimately get to a choice of how you deal with Dean, whether you kill him or whether you convince him to hand over his keys and all that stuff. So there is at least that, but it's nothing too special, so I am going to put that one in C, I think. It is a little... It's like, how do I judge the quest based on decisions you technically made in other quests? I find quite difficult. It's when you get the overarching character beats that some of these can get a little tricky on how to judge. But I think C, because it's a fairly simple and straightforward quest, and the area itself is pretty simple too. So, hey-ho is what it is. Now we have Last Luxuries, which is the one dealing with Christine. And again, like how you've previously treated her will determine her disposition towards you, where she can be hostile or she can, basically won't do anything at all. But this one's even simpler than some of the rest. And while you do get the choice of, okay, this is how we're going to deal with Christine, it's nothing to it. You either kill her or you just talk to her. There's not that much to it. I don't even really think there's much in the way of speech checks involved. I think you just have to talk to her. So I think that one goes in D. It's very simple, very basic. And yeah, I think D is fair for that. And of course we wrap up the DLC with Heist of the Centuries. This quest is kinda interesting in and of itself, because although the quest starts simple with you just worming your way through the sort of maze-like vault in order to get to the core of the vault, you do at least get options in how to deal with Elijah, and you get several. There's even kind of a non-canon one where you can agree to join with Elijah, and it kind of gives you a kind of a false ending, which is fun. I like that they include that option. It's kind of like in Fallout 1, where you can technically join the Master and it leads to a bad ending, but it's very much non-canon. It's not an ending. It's just kind of a game over with extra steps. So I like that is an option. It is fun, of course, to sneak into the vault, or to sneak out of the vault, sorry, and trap Elijah in it, which I think is always good fun. So just generally speaking, I do think there's a lot that you can do. And also, depending on which characters are alive or indeed dead, will depend on any help that you get from them. I think you can get help from both Dean and Christine. I don't think you get any help from Dog God either way, I think. But yeah, it is a nice, and it's solid enough. And because of the extra bits, dealing with other characters and stuff like that, and the fact you can really screw over Elijah, give him the vault you always wanted forever, I think is enough to elevate it just enough into B. So, yeah, see, I think it's one of the reasons why Dead Money is often sort of derided. The quests aren't great. They're simple. They're straightforward. It was always more supposed to be about exploring the Sierra Madre area more than anything else. The quests are kind of just there to give you something to do, I think. So, yeah, well, that's it for Dead Money, I guess. So now we move on to the Honest Hearts DLC, which I do want to stress right at the start. Probably my least favorite of all the DLCs, because at least Dead Money has an interesting location and some neat mechanics. Honest Hearts is basically just, here's a nice place, and here's two factions, pick a side, why don't you? So, yeah, anyway, we'll get into the quests themselves, starting, of course, with Happy Trails Expedition. Kind of like Sierra Madre Grand Opening, this is just the, hey, here's the DLC quest. All of the DLCs have this starting quest, which is fine. I mean, you gotta know where it is, right? So there's really nothing much to it. You do get the option of using, I think, perks and I think Strong Back or Pack Rat, Survival, and stuff like that can increase your carry capacity because you have limited carry weight to enter this DLC. But you can increase that with a couple of speech checks, but it's really kind of a non-quest. So, D. Of course, that leads directly into Arrival at Zion, where you are ambushed, and pretty much everyone is killed. First time that happened, I actually reloaded it a few times because I thought that was a mistake. But no, they're supposed to die. I don't think they can live, like, at all. Unless you somehow use console commands or something, I don't think your party can live, and they're not supposed to. So don't worry about that. Yeah, this is a very simple quest. It's just you show up, you run away, and then you follows Chalk to get to Dead Horse's camp, and that's it. There's nothing much to it. One small caveat I do want to point out is how, considering you've just been ambushed and attacked by a bunch of people hiding up on rocks and stuff, it's a little weird that Follows Chalk is also hiding up on a rock in order to talk to you. First time I ever played the DLC, I shot him because I thought he was one of the attackers. And I got the quote-unquote bad ending in that sense. Yeah, so generally speaking, it's another very simple, straightforward quest. Really not much to it. D. So this is where the DLC sort of opens up a bit with a few quests that you can complete in any order. But Gone Fishing is an extraordinarily simple quest where you literally just have to go to a location, get the items in question, and then go back. There is literally nothing else to it. This quest is about as basic as it gets. That's a definite solid D. It's not like bad to get an F. D is what you get if it's basic, you know? Roadside Attraction is unfortunately kind of more of the same, where you just pick up the compass, turns out, oh, it's broken. Okay, well, how do I fix it then? And that's it. You do get a choice of how to fix it. You either have to find the compass sensor module, which is also in the same location you get the compass. I think you can take it to a workbench and repair it there, or you can just fix it where you are if you have, honestly, not even that high of a repair skill. It is 30, which isn't that high. It's another very simple quest. That's another D, and believe me, you're going to be seeing a lot of those. And then there's Tourist Trap, which again is kind of simple. It's go to the location and get the thing. And I mean, there is at least several locations involved rather than just one, so that's at least something. And there is sort of a choice for how you deal with the medicals kit, because it's like contaminated or something, and you've got to either use a medicine check or do a little more scavenging in order to find it. And I guess I should be at least a little generous that there is that kind of an option involved where you can either skip ahead with a skill check or not. I guess I'll put it in C. It's very low level C, but I'm willing to at least be kind of generous. Otherwise, I don't want every quest to just go in D. I could do that, but that feels like I'm being mean. And I could be mean. In fact, I have been mean. But nah, I will put it in D, because you do have the option of either more stuff or a skill check. So, you know. Deliverer of Sorrows, after you've done the previous 3 quests I just talked about, you just have to take them to Daniel. That's it. It's, honestly, I labeled this one as a D. I'm almost half tempted to move this down to F, because it is incredibly simple. Should this one go in F? Should it go in F? You know what? Yeah. You know what? I was a little generous to the last one, so I'm going to be mean to this one. Go away. F. It is literally just, oh, you completed these 3 quests? Sure, go here now. And that's it. There's literally nothing else to it. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. F. Okay, so next up we have River Monsters. And with River Monsters, yeah, you just got to deal with the Yaogwai. Why? Can anybody explain why bears are suddenly called Yaogwai? Is that what they were called, like, before Europeans took over America or something? I've always wondered that. I should look that up. That's probably explained it somewhere in the Fallout universe, I'm sure. Anyway, River monsters, you just got to decide how you're dealing with this Yagwai thing. You do at least have the option to just kill the Yagwai if you feel you can manage that, or you can just destroy the cave and so the Yagwai will eventually leave. There is at least that, but there's really nothing much else to the quest. Sorry, it's going in D again. Yeah, that D section is going to start growing a lot with these DLCs. I suppose they are called DLCs. Now you have the Advanced Scout, where you've got to deal with some white legs that are sort of set up shop in the middle of Zion. And you at least have the choice of, do you just kill them? Or do you sneak in and steal their war totems to, make them feel that they're cursed there or something? It's another D. I'm sorry, these quests are just all so bloody simple. It's kind of nuts, actually, when you think about it. Now we have the Grand Staircase, which is, again, pretty damn basic. It's go to the place and collect the thing and then go back. Technically speaking, there's the option of who you give the map to after you've found it. I can't actually remember if that changes anything other than who you decided to side with for the fight coming up. Yeah, it is actually weird, like, when you sit down and look at it like this, how basic and simple these quests are. It is a little wonder, actually, why Honest Hearts is considered my least favorite DLC. Looking at this, yeah, I think I'm starting to realize why. The Treacherous Road, again, it's just go to the place and do the thing, and there's nothing else more to it. A minor choice of whether you disarm the traps or you kill the white legs planting the traps, and it's just nothing. Oh, this DLC is so frustrating. I remember when I was writing all this up, I was like, God, no wonder I don't remember any of this. I mean, technically things start getting a little bit more interesting now, but let's just keep moving on. Gathering Storms is basically the quest that leads into Endgame for the DLC. Obviously, you're talking with Daniel, and you've got to either say to him, yeah, we're fighting, or yeah, we're running. Personally, I always went fighting, because he's genuinely worried that if this tribe learns to fight, they'll never stop. And I'm like, I'm pretty certain that's not how it works. You do get a few extra options with it as we go further down the line. But this quest in and of itself, I will stick in C. Although it is technically a basic quest, because the choice you get in it actually determines which quest you get next, I'm willing to elevate it out of D and into C. So I will give it that one, at least. So of the two final quests that you can have, the first one we shall do is Crush the White Legs, where you decide to fight rather than run away. This quest is relatively straightforward. The game kind of punches you halfway across the map and forces you to make your way down to the White Legs camp at Three Marys. And generally speaking, it is just a case of blast your way through all of them, which, is certainly an interesting way to do it. I will say there are some nice points, especially towards the end when dealing with Joshua Graham, that getting him to basically calm down and to, spare the leader, Salt Upon Wounds, I believe his name is. You need a high speech check for that. I think it's like 95? No, 90, sorry, just 90. It's just 90, not 95, sorry. Yeah, which does actually lead to a slightly different ending, so I do like that is an option. So I think I'm willing to just put it into B. It's kind of low level B, but I do like that you get those options there. So that is at least nice and good compared to the previous quests, at least. And so, of course, the opposite quest to that one is Flight from Zion, where you decide to run away from Zion rather than fight. A relatively straightforward quest. However, one of the things I do quite like about Flight from Zion, compared to the more straightforwardness of Crush the White Legs, is that if you do Flight from Zion, you get 3 optional side quests during Flight from Zion that you cannot get otherwise. That's actually kind of interesting, to have a quest that contains side quests that you can't get any other way. You don't see that much, actually, in Fallout. Much like with Crush the White Legs, there are a pretty high speech check at the end of it. I don't think it's quite as high I actually... Is it a speech check? Yes, 75 speech check. And then you pick which option you want after that. So yeah, it's not quite as high as Crush the White Legs. As I said, like 90 for that is quite tricky. But yeah, Flight from Zion, again, I think I'm going to put that right next to the other one in B. Because the fact you get quests within that quest is nice. The last choice, you know, on how you deal with Salt Upon Wounds can be interesting and tricky depending on what your skill levels are at. So I'm willing to put that one up in B at least. Departing Paradise, in a weird kind of way, it's almost the opposite of Happy Trails Expedition, because that one started the DLC, this one ends it. It's like you finished everything you need to do, you can bugger off now. Technically you can go back if you want, although there's literally no reason ever to do that. You do get some loot. You get all the special items that you probably wouldn't have been able to get otherwise, so the game is at least nice enough to give you that. So that's something. Yeah, it's not a terrible quest, but there's literally nothing to it. It's just end the DLC when you're ready, so D. I won't put it in F, because the point of the quest is to end the DLC, and you do get some nice loot out of it, so there is something from that. And now we have Chaos in Zion. And Chaos in Zion is a very interesting quest because it is an alternate quest that triggers if you either accidentally or deliberately, as I did on my first playthrough, kill one of the main characters. Basically, if you kill any of the main characters, thus failing any of the main quests, this is the quest that gets kicked off, which basically says, here's where the exit map is, run. Run before things get too bad for you. Yeah, I think it's Joshua Graham, Daniel, Follows Chalk, or Waking Cloud are the 4 people. And I will say, you know, props to the devs for actually accounting for the fact that any of these characters might die. And, you know, rather than, like, tagging them as essential, you actually allow that to be a thing. Which isn't terrible. It's nice that it is there as an option, but the quest itself is pretty basic. It is a little easy to trigger, as I said. I accidentally killed Follows Chalk on my first playthrough, because I didn't know what I was doing. So I am willing to at least put it in a C spot. But, yeah, it's nice that it is at least there. I'll say that. So now we're on to the side quests of this DLC, because of course Dead Money doesn't have any side quests, it's main quests only. I think there's a couple of unmarked ones, but yeah, it doesn't have any active, like, proper side quests, but Honest Hearts does. So first up, we have A Family Affair. It's a simple enough quest, basically, where you're talking to Waking Cloud in regards to what happened to her husband, and Daniel is like, yeah, we kind of covered up her death, which is not good. You do at least get the choice of what is going to happen. Whether you tell her the truth about the cover-up, whether you lie to her about the cover-up, which does actually have come a lot. You can also, funnily enough, talk to Daniel, promise not to tell her anything, which actually renders the quest impossible to complete. For some reason, like, why you can't say to him, yes, I promise not to tell, and then tell her anyway, I'm not sure. But apparently if you promise to tell Daniel, I'm not going to say anything, you just can't. Which is interesting. So for that reason, I am willing to at least slap it in C. As I said, it is basically just having a couple of conversations with people, so there's not a lot to the quest itself. But the fact that you can technically brick the quest if you're not careful enough, I'm willing to give it some points for that. So Bighorners of the Eastern Virgin is, frankly, a bit of an annoying quest. You've essentially got to help these... Oh, no. You got to help one Bighorner calf back to its mother, and you've got to do it by not pissing off... Well, preferably by not pissing off the other Bighorners. Which is annoying, because you've got to, like, keep feeding it bloody banana yucca fruit. Which is very irritating. Because what can actually happen is it'll walk for a bit after you fed it, it'll stop, and then you've got to feed it again. But there's often a delay after you fed it before it'll start moving. And it's annoying, and it's irritating. I will at least give it some credit that it's a different kind of quest. But I think we all know that escort missions are the bane of pretty much every single video game in the history of history. I'm not quite willing to put it in F, because it is at least a unique idea, but it's definitely going in D. Absolutely. Next up, there is Civilized Man's Burden, where you're basically talking to Follows Chalk, who is curious about the outside world and wants to see it. The quest is basically just a conversation. There's not a lot to it. I can't remember. Do you even need to talk to Joshua about it? I think you can talk to Joshua about it, although I can't remember if you need to. Basically, you're just talking to Follows Chalk. And you can basically say to him, nah, civilization isn't really worth his time. Or you can tell him to go out and explore. It doesn't really change anything in the game, but it does change his end card. Or his end slide, or whatever you want to call it. So, I will at least give it a point for that, but it's not a great quest. So, Prisoners of War is actually one of the 3 quests that you can start when doing Flight from Zion. Basically, a bunch of Sorrows have got themselves caught, and you have to free them. That's it. That's literally all there is to it. You do have some minor options in what you're going to do, whether you kill the white legs that are, guarding them, and then you have to either find the key or use a lockpick. It's fine. The fact that it is a sub-quest inside another quest is pretty good, although I don't really think that adds too much to it. So I think I'm going to slap that one in C. The C section is getting very big. That is a very big C section. Although, yeah, S is not that. S is so small. A is at least fine, as is B. But yeah, C is big. And D, that's a big D too. Anyway. Retake the Bridge, that's another side quest that's a part of Flight from Zion. This one's very simple, really not much to it. I'll give it some points for being a quest inside another quest, and an optional quest at that. In fact, all 3 of those Flight from Zion quests are technically optional, but I mean, if you're doing Flight from Zion, you may as well do them, right? So yeah, I think that's another C. It's not much to it. There's just some white legs blocking a bridge, and you've got to kill them, and then if you want, you can also disarm some bear traps. Yep, that's it. C. Rite of Passage is a weird little quest where you get to fight a ghostly Yao Guai, a very large one at that. You do get a unique weapon out of it, and you do have to start by doing a little bit of scavenging, but it's a fairly simple, straightforward quest. So again, I think that one's going in C. As I said, you do get a unique weapon, which is nice, I suppose, if you're using, melee weapons as your main thing, but, how useful is it, really? Hard to say. I guess that depends on what you like out of it. I don't really use melee weapons that much, so I don't actually know. But yeah, it's a simple, straightforward sort of quest. And lastly, we have Sanctity of the Dead. Another quest as part of Flight from Zion. And you have some options with it, whether you can just go in and attack them yourself, whether you can speak with the Sorrows to try and get help from them. You can also just sort of cancel the quest if you have high enough speech. So that is something. The quest in and of itself is just simple. It's just, the white legs are being annoying. Just get them out of the way. The fact you can cancel the quest, I suppose, is quite nice. So I don't really think it should go in D, but I am willing to put it up in a C. And yeah, there we have it. Honest Hearts is... I did warn you that a lot of these DLC quests are very simple and straightforward when you actually, analyze it. But yeah, it's weird looking at it like that, isn't it? Alright, well that's half the DLC done. Let's move on to the second half. And of course we have Old World Blues. Probably, in fact, no, not even probably, definitely the best of the DLCs we got for New Vegas. Honestly, kind of better than the base game in some way. Old World Blues is a lot of fun, but how do the quests stack up? So, starting with Midnight Science Fiction Feature, I mentioned before that the opening quests, they're quite basic. They're literally just to tell you where the DLC is. So yeah, it's simple, it's basic, it's going in D, but it's just an introductory quest, so it's going to be simple. Next up down the line, we have Welcome to the Big Empty. So yeah, again, this is kind of just introducing the basic idea of what the DLC is going to be, in the sense that you get introduced to the think tank, to Dr. Mobius. I think you also get introduced to like the Sync Central Intelligence Unit, which is fine. It's simple enough, really. There is at least the nice thing where you can talk to some of the characters, and if you have high enough skills, you can get extra stuff off of them during your conversation. That is nice. Just generally speaking, it's just there to say, hey, here's the quest, go start. So I'm going to put that one in C, I think. Because you do have the speech things, which is nice. And yes, I've mentioned before, the characters are fun, but we're not judging the characters. We are judging the quests here, so that's what we got to go with. Next up, we have X2 Strange Transmissions. This is actually a surprisingly simple quest. It's literally just a case of go to the X2 transmitter array, grab the thing, and then leave. It's surprisingly simple. There's no checks of any kind. You do get the quote-unquote surprise attack of the Robo-Scorpions at the end of it, but honestly, yeah, it's such a straightforward quest. It's gonna have to go in D. It's just, yeah, ABC, nothing to it. Then there's X8 High School Horror. And this quest, I will say, although it is technically a straightforward quest, it has at least a lot more stuff kind of going on with it, because you have to go through this kind of school environment, which is quite fun. The quest itself is essentially kind of a hey, follow the quest marker thing. You do get the sonic emitter out of it and the ability to disable force fields, so that's fine. There's also this thing towards the end where when you encounter Gabe, you've kind of got to find the right dig spot. That's a bit of a chore in and of itself. So yeah, generally speaking, it's fine, it's okay. I think I'm going to slap that one in C. Because it is a simple, relatively straightforward quest, and while you do get a nice gun out of it, a useful gun in point of fact, I'm not entirely sure if that propels it up to B. Does it deserve to be in B, I wonder? No, my first instinct is C. I'm definitely going to put it in C. So, X13, Attack of the Infiltrator, is again a relatively straightforward quest where you've got to build the X13 suit. You've got to start off by first you've got to find the parts for it, which is easy. It's not like they're massively hidden. They're literally just put on tables where you can see them. And then, of course, you've got to go through the stealth section. I do like that if your lockpick is high enough, you can just bypass the entire stealth bit and just cut straight to the end. I don't know if that's intentional. It probably is. So that is fun. I like that. And the stealth bit itself is not hard because you only actually have to do it like as a required thing once. We'll get to the multiple routes that you have to do later on, but first time in the main base game, you only have to do it once. So yeah, it's a relatively simple quest. I think I'm also going to put that one in a C, just because it's fairly simple, straightforward. There's a few ways you can, like, quote-unquote cheat the system, but other than that, it's relatively straightforward. And then, surprisingly, we're right at the last main quest of Old World Blues, because the main plot of Old World Blues is not that long. It literally just says, go to these 3 areas and then end the game, more or less. Although, Old World Blues itself, as a final quest, is much more involved, shall we say. I think involved is definitely a good word to use, because Old World Blues is a very, very good quest. Obviously, you have to go and deal with Dr. Mobius. That's the point. And of course, that starts with the giant Robo-Scorpion. If you want some history behind why Old World Blues has a giant Robo-Scorpion, there is sort of a story behind that in terms of the game Wasteland, which also has giant Robo-Scorpions in it. There's an interesting sort of history between those 2 games, but that's a conversation for another day. Anyway, obviously once you get past the giant Robo-Scorpion, then you have to talk to Dr. Mobius, and of course you get the choice of either talking to him or just killing him. Choices like that are always solid. Then you have the choice of how you deal with your brain, which is interesting, that you've got to have a conversation with your own brain. Sometimes I wish I could have a conversation with my own brain, so I could ask it, what the fuck is going on? That's a conversation for another day. And then, once you've made all those decisions, you then get to choose what happens to the think tank. And what I like about the think tank is dealing with them can come down to several different options, including obviously just killing them, because just killing them is always an option. You can just try and reason with them or scare them into submission. Or if you've done some of the optional side content, which we will be getting to, you can find other ways past it. Honestly, Old World Blues, as the last quest of the Old World Blues DLC, it's going in S. It's really, really good. It is a proper, solid kind of quest that you want. So many options, so many choices. Obviously, all the choices you make during this one will affect, like, end slides and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm absolutely willing to put Old World Blues in S. Absolutely. Alright, so that's all the main quests. As I said, the main quest line is actually relatively short, but as you can clearly see, like, the side content is where this DLC shines, and indeed always has. So starting with all my friends have off switches. This is a weird one, because technically speaking, this quest kind of does things I know for a fact I've made, like I've taken points off of other quests. But here's the thing. All my friends have off switches is the quest that essentially sends you all over the Big Empty to find the holotapes of the personalities of all of the Sync's various functions. And it does more or less send you to every single, like, marked location. As I said, normally if a quest sends you off to all of these other places, I'd label it as annoying. Except it's kind of the point, because there's no reason to go to like 90% of the DLC out of the main plot. Oh, sorry, inside the main plot. So having a quest that basically sends you everywhere just for the sake of, hey, you know, get yourself all these upgrades. You know what, I was half tempted to put it in, should this be an A or should this be an S? Because I don't mind that this one sends me all over the Big Empty, because why else would you ever do it? Because I labeled it as S. Because the personalities are also quite fun, although I don't really judge that. But now I'm thinking maybe it's only an A. Maybe. I don't know. I'm torn. I'm definitely very torn. It does send you around to a lot of places. You know what? I will put it in A. It is a really, really high A, though, for me. Because I do think that it sending you to those places is the best way to explore Big Mountain's locations. You know, go to them in kind of the order it sends you to. I think that's good. That's fun. And as I said, it is the one that nets you all the extra personalities for the Sync, which is fun and actually useful. And speaking of useful, we also have influencing people. And influencing people is kind of the companion quest to the previous one, because the previous one has you find the personalities. Influencing people has the upgrades for the actual modules themselves, which can be extremely useful. So basically it's the equivalent of quest rewards. I think I'm definitely going to slap you next to the other one. That's an A, straight A in there too. Definitely, because the rewards are good. Again, send you to more fun locations. So I'm not going to complain about that too much. And honestly, field research is kind of more of the same, only it's for different upgrades, for different, different modules. So I think that one's also going to go next to that one in A as well. Definitely, I agree that I think in this instance, it's fine to send you wandering around. Because you can do them in any order anyway, which is always fun. So, picking your brains. This one's kind of interesting in a weird way. Because picking your brains as a quest, as it exists as a quest, it's kind of a nothing. There's almost nothing to the quest in and of itself, because what it is the quest points you at all the members of the think tank and says, hey, go and talk to these people, which then triggers all of their separate quests. So picking your brains is kind of what I refer to as like a pointer quest in a weird way. So I am going to put it in D, because the quest itself is kind of nothing. So I think, yeah, D makes sense in that regard. So, obviously, the next few quests are the picking your brains sub-quests in a weird way. So, a brain's best friend has you talking with the incredibly loud Dr. Boros. And for this one, you are concerning the character of Gabe, which was his dog that he experimented on and potentially feels kind of guilty about it. Yeah, the quest in and of itself is relatively straightforward. You just got to go get Gabe's bowl and then deal with Gabe himself. Whether Gabe lives or dies is actually irrelevant. Personally, I always try to have Gabe live, but that is difficult to arrange. Trust me, it's difficult. So, yeah, the quest itself is simple. I will say, all of the Picking Your Brains subquests lead into helping to get a good ending for the DLC. I can't remember the exact mechanics. I think it's you need to convince 3 of the characters to, that you're a good person who is worth helping. You basically just have to complete their quests. Doing that is, all that you really need to do. And you have to do it like 3 times, I think, in order to help get the good ending on that. So it is nice that it does lead into that. The quest itself, however, is fairly simple and straightforward, so definitely saying C. And the next one along the list is Coming Out of Her Shell. This one deals with Dr. Darla. Yeah, this this is definitely an interesting one, where you've got to help her to open up to you in terms of her kind of weird obsession with physical bodies, because she's technically just a brain in a jar with a robot body, and she's kind of become a little bit obsessed with real people. Again, this does net you a point towards getting a peaceful ending, where you can use her help in that regard. And obviously, like, I will say some of the dialogue in this is quite funny, although, again, I'm not really judging that. But generally speaking, it's a relatively straightforward quest. I'm fairly certain that you can either encourage her or blackmail her. I personally, I always encourage her, and you do get some stuff out of either one. So I will say, I think that's another C. But it's not bad, it's just a bit simple. It's straightforward, and that's the kind of C quest that you get. And then we have On the Same Wavelengths, where you talk to Dr. 8. Who is the one that can't talk properly, ironically enough. Yeah, again, this is kind of a simple quest. You do get the choice of how you deal with Dr. 8, of course, much like all the rest of them. And again, depending on how you deal with him, I think it'll get you another point towards the good ending. A fairly basic quest, although the fact that you can either, hack into 8 or not, or, agree to not do that, is at least nice. So I am willing to put that one in C. There are some high skill checks, actually. I think it's like a science of 75 or maybe a perception check. I forget exactly which ones. But yeah, it's not a terrible quest, but just fairly standard. He Came and Went is where you deal with Dr. Klein. Technically speaking, this isn't really one of... Well, okay. This is an underquest of picking your brains, but this isn't one of the ones that helps... You don't get a point for this one towards the good ending, because Dr. Klein isn't one of the people you can really deal with like that. It's just kind of how it goes. This one, of course, hints to Elijah and the previous visitors of the Big Empty, because you're not the first one, and you probably wouldn't be the last either after a while. But yeah, so again, it's basically just a conversation. So there's really not a lot to it compared to the other ones where, at least there are choices and options and rewards. This one it's kind of just designed as setup. Because it sort of hints at Ulysses. Actually, was this the one that talked about Ulysses? I think it is as well. But yeah, you can talk about Ulysses in this one, but it also hints at like previous DLCs and stuff like that. So it's kind of just there to fill in some story gaps. So it's pretty basic if you ask me. Then we have What's in a Name, which is the last one of the Picking Your Brains subquests, I think. Oh, actually, no. When Visitors Attack is When Visitors Attack a part of it, or is it separate? In fact, I think When Visitors Attack is where they also talk about Elijah and Ulysses, now that I think about it. I'd forgotten about that. I thought there was another quest, and my brain was saying, no, there isn't. Anyway, never mind. What's in the Name? You're dealing with Dr. O, or Dr. Zero, as he should be known. And to basically tell him, yes, you can use the slash through the circle to represent a 0. The numerical value of 0. You do need some very high intelligence checks. I think you need an intelligence check of 9 to properly be able to complete this quest. It is another quest that gives you an extra point. So there are 4 quests and you only need to complete 3 of them. So that's pretty good. So if you don't quite have the intelligence check, you could always leave that one. But seeing as the whole point of this DLC is high intelligence and science and stuff like that, you're kind of supposed to. It's not like there aren't enough mentats in this DLC. So anyway, I think What's in the Name can go in a C rank. It's not like terrible. It's fairly straightforward. I don't even think there's really any other choices. In fact, no. Tell a lie. You can actually say, oh yeah, use Dr. Zero, or you can just tell him to stick with Dr. O, because he likes that. Or he's kind of used to it, I suppose, by now. But, yeah, so there are your options. So, yeah, I think a C is fair. So yeah, now we have When Visitors Attack, which is the quest I somehow managed to forget, considering there's only 2 down the bloody list. This is the one that specifically deals with Elijah and Ulysses. Because, again, it's that thing of, this quest very much knew that, Lonesome Road was coming next. And the previous 2 DLCs had sort of mentioned the battle between the 2 couriers, like in their ending slides. This one actively deals with Ulysses as a character. It's also the first time in this DLC where you actually get to hear his voice. I very much like Ulysses' voice. It's a very memorable bloody voice. Boy howdy. So yeah, but When Visitors Attack is pretty straightforward. Yes, it's nice that it connects to the other DLCs and fills in some of the blanks here or there, but it's basically just a conversation that you can have. There's nothing else to it beyond that. I'm willing to put it in D just for the fact it does connect to the other DLCs, but otherwise it would be kind of a nothing quest. So Project X13 is the sort of side quests sort of split off of X13 Attack of the Infiltrator. After you've done the Attack of the Infiltrator bit and done the first round of tests with the stealth suit, Project X13 is the continue to do the tests quest line. And it's pretty good, I will say. It's not bad. Obviously, if you're going to do it, then you sort of have to accept that you're basically just doing the same quest over and over again. As previously mentioned, you can cheese it if you have high enough lockpicking. The upgraded suit itself is pretty useful, although personally I find it annoying the way it talks to you all the time and the way it just chews through your bloody stim packs if you're not careful. So I am willing to, I think I shall put it in B, because it isn't bad. As I said, you can cheese the stealth sections, except for the last one. The one where you've got to sneak around the robo-brains, you can't cheese that one. But you can cheese the other ones. So that is something. And as I said, the upgrades and the other parts it's nice enough, I think. I think it deserves a B. So next up we have the Sonic Emitter upgrade quest. Again, this is sort of a offshoot of the one in the base game, which is X8 High School Horror, I think. Is it the spur-off? Yeah, it's the spur-off of that one. Where you have your Sonic Emitter gun, and you can go through the trial a few times to upgrade it. Actually, no, it's only twice you go through it. Once the main, once, and then once again a set. Or do you go through it 3 times? I don't actually remember, and I didn't make a note of it. That's a bit annoying. I would be using the wiki for reference, but it's not working right now for some reason. Oops. Because I think the upgrade is what you need to disable force fields? Yes, which is a very useful thing. But the quest itself is pretty simple and pretty basic, so I think I'm slapping that one in C. It's not like it's the worst thing ever, but hey-ho, it is what it is. Yeah, we're getting on okay, though, aren't we? Look at all this. Blimey. So many, so much. Wow. We're so close to the end here, people. Speaking of the end, so X8 Data Retrieval, I believe this is a follow-up to the previous quest, Sonic Emitter Upgrade, where you kind of have to run through the... I think this is where you have to run through the school a third time, is it? I can't even remember now. Again, the wiki's down. I can't use it for reference. But anyway, the quest itself is very simple, very straightforward. You don't have to do a lot. I think you just have to go to a place, find an upgrade, and then come back. It's not the worst. And it does net you another upgrade for the Sonic Emitter, but unlike the last one, it's even more simple and straightforward. So I think I'm popping that in a D spot. And that's the end of Old World Blues. Interesting collection, really. Some very simple quests, some really, really bloody good quests. Yeah, Old World Blues always was the sort of more memorable one, as far as I'm concerned. It's definitely my favorite of the 4 DLCs, but yeah, I think it's time to move on to the last one. And so we move on to the Lonesome Road to end all of the DLC, and indeed end New Vegas, which I always try to do it last. I know, I kind of wish you could complete the game and then save this as the last thing you do after you've completed the game, because it really feels like you should, doesn't it? It's definitely feels like this should be where the game ends rather than the Battle of Hoover Dam. Not that the Battle of Hoover Dam is like bad or anything like that. Although, as I've said before, the last boss is a bit of a letdown. Anyway, let's get started on the Lonesome Road with the Reunion. And yeah, as previously mentioned, this is just the introductory quest. This is literally just, hey, here's where the DLC is. Guess what? It's going in D, just like all the rest. At least I'm consistent. Then, of course, you have the silo, which is where you get introduced to the new and, well, I was going to say improved. I don't really know if this one is improved compared to the other Eddie. But he's definitely different, even though he's also technically the same character. It's really weird that you have to find the new character, because of course there's no guarantee that Eddie's going to be a companion with you when you go into Lonesome Road. So they have to kind of reintroduce it, and it's sort of implied to be the same character, but also not. It's really weird in that sense. But hey-ho, whatever. Yeah, and beyond that, the quest is pretty linear and straightforward. Obviously, depending on your conversations with Eddie and whatnot, you can open up some, like a shop, which is actually a really good shop, because you can get to that shop without really doing anything dangerous in the DLC. And it's a really useful early game shop to have, for the record. So I'll give it that one, but honestly, the quest itself, pretty simple and straightforward. I think I've got to put it in D, guys. I don't think it deserves a C. Then we have the job. Again, simple, straightforward. When you talk to Ulysses, when he talks to you through Eddie, you do at least have options. You can sort of poke him for information, which is nice enough. I do like that there are those options. Aside from that, there's really not a lot to it other than find the detonator and start blowing up warheads. I will say, the detonator is at least a unique kind of weapon because it doesn't do any damage except to warheads. And blowing up warheads is fun. I'm not going to argue that. But the quest itself doesn't really have a lot to it. That's another D from me, I'm afraid. Because this is the weird thing about Lonesome Road, is the Lonesome Road isn't really about the game at this point, because Lonesome Road kind of becomes almost meta commentary on gamers themselves in a weird way. Especially if you look at the more subtexty parts of it. But again, I think that's a conversation for another day. And here we have the lunch. Yes, I did say that wrong deliberately. Shut up. So yeah, the launch. Let's be honest. It's the launch. And the launch, again, is just, you know, you start at one point, you go all the way along, and then you push the button and accidentally launch a nuclear missile. Remember that thing where I said about technically commentary on gamers and how we just like to run around pressing buttons? I mean, I've fallen victim to that a couple of times. I remember when I was playing the first System Shock game, and you can accidentally fire the laser at Earth. That was quite funny. Well, it probably wasn't for the people on Earth, but it was for me at the time. Anyway, I do think it's funny that the guy kind of chides you for pushing the button and launching the nuclear missile because you didn't know what you were doing. But, like, I had to open the door. Like, the door is there and it's locked, and the only way to open it is to push this button. I can't help it that opening the door and launching the missile is tied to the same button. Whose idea was that? It's not my fault that's how the game's designed. But anyway, the launch, again, simple, straightforward, really nothing to it. D. Now we have the Divide, which is a kind of a longer quest, sort of overarches on several bits. Interestingly enough, the Divide, and I'll talk about it briefly, the Tunnel is the next quest. In fact, I'll talk about them at the same time, why not? I was trying to work out, when going through this, which one popped up first. And apparently the Divide pops up as a quest. Then the Tunnelers pops up as a quest. You complete the Tunnelers, and then you complete the Divide. It's really oddly staged like that, and it did confuse the hell out of me, because it's been a long time since I have had the opportunity to sit down and play the game, so I couldn't quite remember. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. The point of the Divide, as a quest, is to get from A to B, and it is about as simple and straightforward as you're expecting from all of these. Because the problem with, and I put the Tunnelers there as well because I've already kind of talked about that, there's nothing to either of them, and it's the problem with the Lonesome Road DLC is it's the Lonesome Road. It is a road. It goes in one direction, more or less. It is a straight line, straight shot. There's not really a lot to this DLC in terms of like exploration and stuff. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's the Divide. That's the Tunnelers as well. And for the record, the Tunnelers, just to talk about it, is to just go through the cave. Because as I said, the Divide as a quest starts before you get into the Cave of Abaddon. But getting through the Cave of Abaddon is the Tunnelers part. And so it kind of, it's like one quest inserted inside another quest. I don't really get why they did it like that. But apparently that's what they did it. That's how they did it. It is what it is. Then we have the Courier, which is sort of the last big quest. It's the one where you finally confront Ulysses. Although the quest itself is relatively straightforward, there are a couple of optional things. You can actually choose whether you rescue Eddie from his pod imprisonment. And you also have an option of how to deal with Ulysses. And the interesting thing about that is that dealing with Ulysses kind of requires high speech and high reputation, but the interesting thing is that the actual conversation you have doesn't rely on any speech or skill checks, but you still have to be careful what you pick. Because if you try to convince him by, like, being sly or sneaky, he's smart enough to notice, and so you'll end up turning him against you. You've kind of got to be like, there's nothing I can say to you, man. You've got your ideals, I've got mine. That's how it works. You know? And so the fight then comes down to, you know, either you versus Ulysses and the Markmen, or you and Ulysses versus the Markmen who then storm in. The fight itself is quite tricky. So, you know, it is what it is on that. So I am at least willing to put this one up to C, because it's not a terrible one. And, yeah, as I said, Ulysses himself is an interesting character. But as I said, I'm not really judging that, but just to mention it, you know. And then we come to the final two quests that end the DLC. They're sort of mutually exclusive, because the first one, the Apocalypse, that one is what kicks off if you decide to launch the missiles. And so if you target the NCR, if you target the Legion, or if you target both, then you get the Apocalypse as the quest. And it essentially just ends the DLC. It's a bit like, what was the name of that quest? Hang on. I think, yeah, Departing Paradise, where it's just like, oh, you finished the game, here's your rewards, etc., etc., etc. So if you set it up to be like, hey, attack the Legion, then you kind of get the Apocalypse one. You do get all the stuff out of it, and depending on who you decide to attack, depends on the reward you get at the end of it. I'm pretty sure you always get a perk point. Fairly certain. Or is it a special point? It's one of the two. In fact, I remember I fell foul of that once, because one time I was doing like a cheat run through the game, and I'd maxed out my specials, and then completing that quest, it tells you to add a special, and I couldn't because they were max. Oops. So yeah, not great. A bit of an oops. Definitely a bit of an oops. But hey-ho, that is what it is. So yeah, the Apocalypse is just the end of the game if you decide to also destroy people. And then the end, and I specifically left the end as the last one because I thought that would be appropriate, ends the DLC if you decide to sacrifice Eddie to stop the missile launches. And obviously you got to say goodbye to Eddie, who is at least a useful companion through the DLC. You know, I'll give it credit for that. But yeah, in and of itself, you kind of get the same loot, I think. I think the exact rewards do differ, but some of the rewards are exactly the same. I do think you still get a special perk point. So yeah, generally speaking, the end, it's not a terrible one. And I think the last one will go straight up there, boom, into C. And so there you have it. That is it. That is every single quest in Fallout New Vegas and all its various DLCs sorted, settled, and labeled, and tiered, and whatever. And oh, God, sorry. I haven't done this all in one go, you may have noticed. I've done this in several sections over the last few days, and it has very much destroyed my voice a bit doing all of this. Not terribly. You know, I've been doing things to mitigate it, but boy howdy, I'm not used to talking this much. But anyway, yeah, that is it. That is all the quests. And it is actually interesting looking at the numbers. I did a quick count. I had 11 S rank, 24 A rank, 23 at B rank, 59 at C rank, 42 at D rank, and 10 in the F rank I decided to add in after the fact. Yeah, so it is actually kind of interesting, the sort of curve of that, I guess, because, like, you know, with S and F being, you know, both around 10, but then you have like A and B are kind of equivalent, and then you got C right up at the top to drop down a little bit for D. It is actually kind of interesting how many quests fit into the C and the D section. Like, there are so many quests in this game that are so simple and basic. It is actually quite surprising, but if you look at it, you know, anything in S and A, these are really, really good quests. And there is a decent number there. I mean, 35 quests in the S and A sections, which isn't bad. Like, anything in those two groups is like, that's a solid quest. The S is like the special ones, of course, but anything in there, and even like the B quests, okay, they're a little basic. You know, maybe they don't have quite as much content as I'd like in these sorts of quests. But a B is at least respectable. But it is weird looking at just how many. Like, the bulk of the quests, when you actually... Over 100. This is the point. You know, I said that there were, what was it, 169, 170 quests in the entire game, but over 100 of them are just what I would consider your basic standard, just go here and do a thing kind of quests. I mean, the C's at least have a little more going for them in terms of like choices and options. A lot of them are really simple, and it's quite interesting when you kind of analyze the quests as just quests. You know, taking out like the really good writing that New Vegas has and the fun characters and all that stuff, and analyzing the quests as quests. It's weird how many of them fall down in that category. I am fairly certain, and I'm sure somebody will comment, that I should do the same thing for Fallout 3. I could. Fallout 3 doesn't have as many quests, but I do wonder, like, how do they fall in terms of what you can do in them? I think that might be interesting. Maybe I'll do a Fallout 3 one after this. And then maybe a Fallout 4 one as well. I don't know. I haven't played Fallout. Honestly, I haven't played a Fallout game in quite a while, actually. I have been considering doing a run-through for Tale of Two Wastelands. But I think it's going to be a while because I'm, like, planning something if I'm going to do that. But that's a conversation for another day. There's a lot of conversations we're going to have on another day. I don't know if those days will ever come. They probably won't. But yeah, there you have it. That is the entire tier list from S all the way down to A. Now, as I said, assuming I remember correctly, I will try to remember to put this in the description so you can make your own. I'm hoping they will be empty. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm fairly certain tier list only remembers based on your computer's choices and not on anything else. But we'll see if somehow you go on this and they've all been sorted. I'll just have to reset it for you guys. But hey ho, that's fine. That's a problem for future me, I'm sure. So yeah, there you have it. Let me know what you think. Like, do you think I was too harsh? Do you think that, like, by not judging things like dialogue and, like, you know, level design and stuff like that, do you think I'm, like, being unfair? I am curious what you think by judging quests just as the quests. It's kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to do it this way, because it's easy to judge New Vegas and say, oh yeah, all the dialogue is perfect. For the record, it's not. There's some... Most of the dialogue is good, don't get me wrong, but New Vegas does have its flaws for as good of a game as it is. And I think trying to be a little more objective about stuff is always necessary. Now, again, I want to stress, this is not a mark against New Vegas. It is still definitely my favorite Fallout game, so let's not get too angry, and let's try and all be adults about this, shall we? I'm talking to people on the internet and asking them to be adults. What am I doing with my life? I don't know. But yeah, there you have it. So that'll be it for this video. As I said, let me know your thoughts. I'm genuinely curious what other people think about this. I thought about it for quite a while while I was making this list, and as I said, I feel like I've been relatively fair, but I did ultimately say that this is just going to come down to my opinion, because that's what these tier lists are about. So, yeah, so do let me know. Leave a comment. Hey, you can even follow me here. I may actually do that. I may do Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 at some point in the future. I did New Vegas because, well, it's New Vegas. But I may do Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 in the future. That would be an interesting one to do, I think. Definitely Fallout 4 would be interesting, but we shall see. So I shall leave it there with you for today. Thank you all for watching, everybody. I do hope that you have enjoyed this. And I will see you all whenever I next see you. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye.